All right. As y'all know, I commonly, do commentary, right, on a lot of different issues, on a lot of different things when, dealing with the black community. And I tend, when I do actually speak, to, you know, um, pull no punches when it comes to, those types of things. So, in one of the recent videos that I ended up doing, right, probably it was about like 12 o'clock that I sat up there and put it up. Um, had somebody leave a comment, which is completely fine. And if I can actually get it real quick, go to the comment real quick. Let me see if I can get this for you guys. Da, 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 da. Right. Which, like I said, I clearly entertain comments, and I love to see people actually, um, you know, looking at, like the videos, right? So somebody basically stated, calling them out is good. Associating with any reason for black stereotypes is wrong, since we do not have a corner on the market of ignorance. White folks tear up their towns if they win a football game. It's ignorant, but not just a black thing. It's just an ignorant thing. See, my problem with this is that whenever it comes to wanting to call black people out on certain issues, people want to try to all lives matter the situation. Oh, it's not just, black people acting a fool. Everybody acts a fool. Well, I'm not talking about everybody. I'm talking about the people, that I just so happen to see that are part of the community. This is the problem. Due to the fact that we have, yo, what's up, Tia? What is going on? Due to the fact that we have black people that are so concerned with, in a sense, how a black person is speaking on a situation or talking about a situation, or the generalizations or whatever it is. Due to that effect, this is the reason why nothing gets fixed in the black community. Like, you can say the same things for shootings that take place in the black community. Oh, it's not, only, black people that do shootings. People do shootings in other countries. It's not just a black thing. We're not talking about everybody else and what it is that they're doing. We're specifically staying on topic and talking about black people doing this. This is what we're talking about. Yo, what's up, Dom G? Much love and appreciation to you and yours out there in East Africa. Much love and appreciation, and thank you for tuning in. But like I said, it's ridiculous. And my whole main thing, like, I had to go back and leave a comment underneath that video, and I had to let people know for before any other further comments basically showed up. I'm like, yo, I realistically do not care. What it is that people feel about the generalization or the grouping, um, that I basically gave in that video. Like I said, like I've told people before, if people agree with me, don't agree with me, it is what it is. We can, we'll clearly have that discussion, out there in the comment section. But my main thing is the fact that at no point in time do this quote unquote all lives matter type of thing ever tries to happen unless it's something negative. Now, when black people are being successful, I don't hear black people like, yo, it's not just black people being successful and going to college. We don't have the market on, being innovators and having the Midas touch. There's a lot of other people out here who do the exact same things that black people are doing. So it's not just good success for black people, it's good success for everybody that's able to do it. What? Like I said, it sounds crazy. It sounds 100% crazy. And this is like I said, this is why when it comes to America and when it comes to the overwhelming majority of black Americans, this is exactly why nothing gets done. And this is why nothing gets fixed in the black community. This is exactly why. Because you'll have people that want to all lives matter, or they want to, try to make the situation not seem as bad as it is, and all these other types of things. You have too many people in the black community that do not want to face the reality of which they live. And that's what I see, some of the times when I cover different, stories and topics, and in different conversations. You just have too many people that don't want to deal and face the facts of reality, that this is reality. Like I said in a video before, and I'm going to sit up there and say it again. All 60 of these people, the greater majority of the color that I see. Matter of fact, let me press the button on that video real quick. Let me see. I might have to take the other one off real quick. Let me just, because I want to have that clear cut on repeat if I can. The greater majority of the people that you can see, right, directly on the video, they're black. The greater majority of the people that are sitting up here fighting got cell phones in their hand, wearing all white. You see braids. I'm looking at melanated people. I'm looking at black people sitting up here fighting, doing all of this on a cruise ship. And then, like I stated in the video before, if they were going to do this, they could have just stayed at home and just took each other out. I'm going to say how I'm going to say it, because we all know that would have been the case. Because the only reason that this is just solely a fight is because can't nobody run back to a car. Can't nobody sit up there and call somebody real quick so they can sit up there and drive up on a yacht and sit up there and start doing. They can't do that. So that's why it's only staying as fist, right? But if this was to happen back at their home, back into their neighborhood, oh, we would have heard about this, because somebody would have lost their life. Several people would have sat up there and lost their life. People would have been planning funerals. And then after everything was said and done, excuse me, the same violence would basically continue on, because that is the type of ignorance that they are in. That is the type of ignorance that they are displaying. That is the type of reality that they live in. And when we look at the black community overall as a group, this is what you see. This is what you see. You can look on social media, you can look on the news, you can go to some neighborhoods at, some variety of days, or whatever it is. You can catch somebody sitting up there having disputes, having arguments, having fights, shootouts sitting up there taking place. Like I said before, and I'm going to talk from the perspective of basically growing up in a black neighborhood, born and raised. Now, for me, this is how common it is, right? And I guess you can kind of say it has a traumatizing um, effect in a sense, right? So the first time I basically left Detroit and went to, in a sense, like the suburbs, or a small, little suburb, I could not properly actually go to sleep. And that's because I was used to hearing certain things. I was used to hearing gunshots. I was used to hearing loud cars, people sitting up there blasting music at, different times of the night, not being, respectful, you know, used to a variety of things, right? So when I got to the suburbs, my mind was like, yo, something ain't right, something's up. Like, you don't hear these noises. Like, you gotta pay attention, you gotta stay awake. So my mind was completely backwards. Quiet meant that something was wrong, that something had to be happening, and loud noise basically meant that everything was a-okay. And even still to this, like, even technically still to this day, is it's sort of like that, right? And you know, like I said before, people might have issues with the generalizations. People might have issues with the broad brushing or whatever it is. But can you sit up there and say that I'm lying when I say the things that I say? Because I've sat up there and walked outside of my home and saw a young black man, body dead, blood sitting up there leaking to the side of the street, life gone. So it's like the stuff that I'm saying, it's not like it doesn't exist, because it does. The only difference is some people are actually willing to be honest about it versus trying to dismiss or make it seem as though it's a lot less than what it seemed. No, it's not. Because this is why a lot of black people don't sit up there and have family cookouts and so on and so on and so on. Because normally what ends up happening is when you get families together, you may have some alcohol involved or whatever it is and some other things, and people are going to start running their mouths. People might start overplaying, or people might start getting a little bit too jokey, and it starts getting, instead of a joke, it starts becoming a little bit too real, and you start digging a little bit too deeper than what you should have, and then a fight breaks out. And then what do we sit up there and read about? Oh, in such and such a neighborhood, at this such and such a house on this such and such a block, 3 people ended up getting killed over a domestic dispute, over an argument. Basketball court. Oh, several people, one person was killed and several people were injured in gunfire due to the fact over an argument at a basketball court. Like I said, these things exist. These things are persistent. These things are prevalent. Proof of this is looking at black people doing this on the open seas. And black people are the main ones that are quote unquote afraid of water. But yet you sitting up here fighting on the open seas. You spend all of your money, all of your time to gather all of these funds so you can be on this nice ship. And this is what you decide to do. This. And like I said before, more than likely, a lot of them are parents. Some of these people are probably like 30, 40, 50. And he's sitting up here, brouhaha, sitting up there punching, knock down, drag out. And then I have people trying to all lives matter the situation, saying that, oh, well, black people don't just, have the corner, on the market when it comes to ignorance. All right. Okay. All right. Like I said before, maybe if it was at like a standpoint where, a lot of stuff just wasn't prevalent, like we weren't having issues with, black men, sitting up there shooting each other up. Maybe if that was not a severe issue, maybe if that wasn't continuously happening, because I promise you at this point in time, right now, somewhere in a black neighborhood, at this time, around this time, as I'm speaking, somebody just sat up there and lost a brother, a son, a uncle, or a grandfather. Promise you. I promise you, somebody out there somewhere across America in a black neighborhood having a shootout, having a dispute. But like I said before, I got people a little bit, in a sense, more mad about the words in the way that I spoke about the actions that are being displayed. And that's my major problem. That is my major problem. And this is why, like I said before, a lot of things on or in the black community will not get fixed. This is exactly why. This is exactly why. Like I said before, it makes no sense. Like maybe, like I said before, if it was somebody white, right, and they were basically explaining and saying the things that they're sitting up here saying, it would actually be taken a lot more serious. Black people would actually, get angry enough, like, yo, this dude is sitting up here saying some stuff. They'll get angry, but then they'll be like, you know what? I might disagree with that white guy, but by golly, he has a point. He's right. I don't want to agree with him, but looking at the video footage, he's right. Like I said, this is ridiculous. This is 100% ridiculous. This is why, like I said before. No, there's I got you. No, there's audio. I just got it muted. Hold on. Let me put it up there. Hopefully it's not too loud. Like you can't even make nothing out. But this is the one thing I can't sit up there and make out. And this is why I generalize and I did the broad brush technique, because in every single, and usually in most of these normal situations, you'll always see somebody black. Now, I'll put it like this: if there's a lot of people fighting and you got two or three, maybe four black people sitting up there just like filming, getting the whole thing, no problem. When you see a multitude of people that could potentially intervene, and these are dudes that got some size to them that can just snatch people back and just sit up there and just split everything, it looks ridiculous. This is the world star hip hop culture. This is what this is. This is basically where that came from. Because before, in a sense, world star was as hot as it was during a certain time, people weren't just trying to run up. Yeah, let me sit up here. Let me get up close. Let me start filming some stuff real quick. Let me start filming. This is that's the culture that you basically have. People trying to hurry up and film some stuff real quick and hurry up and put it on social media so they can sit up there and get a whole bunch of likes and views, and then they can sit up there and get some 15 minutes directly from it. Instead of either just completely walking away from the situation or deciding to intervene and at least try to get the women out of the situation. But like I said, this was all black people fighting. You had black men in there, you had black women in there. But notice, and like I read to y'all before, they said this was happening for about an hour. And it was about 60 people that was a part of this. So you mean to tell me that for a whole estimated hour, you had 60 people, more than likely all black people, because some people had a threesome. And y'all wonder why it is that I stated that a lot of y'all shouldn't be having kids and a lot of y'all don't need kids, because this is the way that y'all act. And y'all parents, y'all grandparents, you got guardianship over children. You're sitting up there telling children, oh, when you walk out of this house, make sure you correct, because you come from me, you got my last name and all this. You want to make sure that all of your kids are basically stand up and they're doing the right things out here. But this is the type of foolishness that you decide to act in on. 60 of y'all. 60. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Like I said before, like, yo, it's ridiculous. And people want to get more focused on what it is that I'm saying versus the actual problem and the issue. It's people like this that are raising kids. And if the kids are getting raised by people like this, how do you think that they're going to roll out into the world? They're going to roll out just like their parents. They're going to roll out just like their family. Whatever the family is sitting up there teaching, like I said, the same thing I've stated with white people when it deals with racism, right? Everything starts from home. So if this is the home, if these are the people raising these kids, are you really shocked that kids are sitting up there acting a complete fool out here? Are you shocked? Matter of fact, there was a story that I didn't even bring up yet that I was supposed to. Basically, it dealt with a roaming pack, and I'm going to say pack of quote unquote black girls, teens, and they had words with a non-black woman who was wearing braids. And those pack of girls decided to jump that non-black woman and beat her down. Now, where do you think they sat up there and learned that from? They learned that from home. How did they learn that from home? Because at home, they sit up there and see the women in their neighborhoods fighting. They fight amongst themselves as young girls. They fight in their families. Like I said, all of this type of stuff is already okay because it's taught and it's learned at home. If you're a parent and this is the way that you act, at no point in time can you sit up there and tell your child to act differently. They're going to go off of your actions, not your words. Like a long time ago, parents used to say, like, do as I say and not as I do. That's not how that works. If you are a complete fool and an ass, your child is going to be a complete fool and an ass as well. The child is going to copy the parent. You are the blueprint. So if, as a parent, if you're a jacked up individual, guess what? Chances are very great that that jacked up individuality that you have as a parent is going to get carried directly over to that child. And now the child, now the world got to deal with two of y'all. For what? And like I said before, it's like, yo, y'all sit up there and make stuff so difficult. And notice what I'm saying. I said y'all. Because a lot of times in my videos, I'll sit up there and say we, I'll sit up there and say us. And then it'll come to certain times where it's nigga time, where I'll sit up there and say y'all. I have to sit up there and generalize and put it exactly where it is. Because the difference between this is I'm literally trying to do my best on a platform, trying to sit up there and navigate and put a whole bunch of stuff up. And then I run up and see stuff like this on social media and black people doing foolishness. We already covered this. What was the brother's name? Aaron Magruder, if I said his name correctly. Who created the Boondocks? We already covered this. This is what's called a nigga moment. This is exactly what this looks like. And these are all the same black people that 9 times out of 10 will be talking about a whole bunch of stuff, right? And how they want things to be different, but yet they're doing the job of what white people used to do. And this is why I said, this is why you don't have the KKK. This is why you don't have a lot of those groups sitting up there on horses wearing white sheets. There you go. There you go. There you go. They don't have to hate you when you already hate yourself. They don't have to hate you when you already hate yourself. So this is whenever I see these videos on social media like Twitter or IG, I just sit back and I go through probably a couple of hundred, maybe 1,000 comments just so I can see what white people are saying. Because it don't even matter what black people are sitting up there saying. Don't even matter. Because a lot of it is going to be foolishness anyway. Let me see what white people are sitting up there saying. I'm highly intrigued on what white people's perspective is on seeing a whole pack of niggas sitting up here fighting on a cruise ship. Let me just sit back and have a sandwich, have some chips, and have a Coke on the side. Let me just do that. And like I said before, y'all wonder why it is that black people, in a sense, get a bad rep. This is why. Because not only do we sit up there and fight ourselves, but we also fight ourselves and film it and put it on social media for the world to sit up there and see and judge. And then turn around and get mad when the world basically judges it, as they should, and fully have the right to sit up there and do it. Like I said, all day long, we can sit up there and have problems with whatever people are sitting up there saying. But when are we going to have more of an issue with the shit that we're actually doing? Like, this is, in a sense, the stereotypical black shit that we're seeing here. But when are we going to have a more of an issue with this versus the comments and the words that people are sitting up there saying? We're more angry about words than we are about the actions that our own people are committing and putting out here for the world to see. That doesn't make any sense. And this is case in point why it is that the black community is in the degraded disarray that it is at the current moment in time. And this is why we are continuously living in a house of L's. This is why we just got a stack of L's just sitting there. This is why. Like I said, if you actually look very closely at that video at one point in time, to the right, you'll see a black woman. She'll have braids. She threw something directly, into the fight. And when you see her turn around, she has a large smile. You can see her pearly whites. She's not angry. She's sitting up there smiling, watching this ignorance take place. So this is what I sit up there and say when this shit is condoned and people are completely fine and dandy with it. It's ridiculous. It's 100% ridiculous. Like I said, as a group, if black people are failing as a group, black people also need to do better as a group. Like, I keep sitting up there telling people, it's like, I can give a fuck less if you get mad about me making a blanketed or a broad statement about black people. I'm black all day long. What the fuck you going to sit up there and tell me? The difference between me and you is I'm going to be honest about the shit that we sit up there and do instead of just trying to, be like in a whole other section. Like I said, when it comes to this shit, I'm a generalist. I've talked about every single group and ethnicity, every single country on my platform. You've seen roughly every single walk of life on this platform. So, like I said, I'm an equal opportunist. But when it comes to my people, I'm going to specifically sit up there and go there because I can, because I know black people, because I'm black all day long and born and raised, grew up in a black neighborhood. So ain't nobody going to sit up there and tell me that I'm motherfucking fabricating or telling some lies. Because if anybody's lying, it's not me. Because I'm at least going to be honest, regardless of however it's going to sit up there and look on me or look on black people in general. Because the first step to sit up there and recognizing and knowing that you got a problem is sitting up there identifying and acknowledging that there's a fucking problem. And a lot of black people don't want to fucking do that. Like I said, this is how we got here. This is exactly how we got here. And then after they leave this cruise ship, more than likely these same people are going to sit up there and get together, and they're still going to find a way to sit up there and fight. Because the main thing that I've learned by growing up as a young black man is that people don't know how to take an L. They don't know what that is. Everybody wants to be a winner. Nobody wants to be a loser. So if that means that they have to take out somebody else who just like beat their ass fairly, that is what it is. Because in their eyes, that's a win. They're the only winner there. They're not sitting up there sharing this podium with nobody else. Like I said, and that's why the moment with going back to like Friday when you had Pops, RIP to John Witherspoon, where he was sitting up there trying to tell Ice Cube's character, he was like, you don't sit up there and and fight, with a gun. You fight with these. This is what a man does. This is what determines a man. Right? Because when you fight with this, you can get up and fight again another day. When you're sitting up there fighting with a gun, it ain't no returning from that. Because everybody loses. You lose because you just took that man's life. Now your life is completely ruined and in shambles because you got to be looking behind your back for the rest of your life because A, you're going to have the opposition coming to get you, or B, you're going to have the police sitting up there coming to get you. So now you're going to be consistently on the run. So then that man's life that you just sat up there and took, now anybody that was associated with him, now they're going through anger and sorrow. And all. Like I said, everybody loses. When it's a simple fight, somebody may lose, but it's not the whole community. But like I said, that just in that movie, even though those were caricatures, right? Those are just characters that actors are playing. In that movie, Friday, you can pinpoint people in the black community who are just like those characters. Just like in Medea films, even though that those are made up characters, you can point out people in the black community or even in your family who are a representation or embodiment of those characters in those films. So this is why I sit up there and tell people, regardless of whatever people are doing on social media, if a video is fake or if it's not, it still has some truth directly to it because you have people out here in the black community who represents an individual such as this. Like, yo, it's 100% crazy. Like this is ridiculous. This is 100% ridiculous. And then now to get off of this subject, let me go to something else that I basically have brought up and to you guys before. Hold on, let me see. Let me take this down. Now this is going back to something that I was talking about a while before. Well, technically not even a while. Basically in like the last live stream, right? And it had to do with the whole deal of the interracial relationships and different things of that nature. Now, as I told you guys before, instead of me just talking, I'm going to allow somebody else share their experience and allow them to basically state the things that happen. Now, when I happened to release this video, And when I happened to just do the full video by itself, hold on, it already started playing. Now, when I happen to do the video, just like I have in the title, and the others out there will dismiss this and say that this will never happen to them, because you'll have, you know, people out there that will sit up there and say like, oh, well, just because it's one person and they just so happen to be black, whatever, had this experience, doesn't mean that I'm going to go through and have this experience, doesn't mean that my children are going to have this experience. Like I said before, I'm going to put the examples out there. People are free to live their life however they want to sit up there and live it. But my whole main thing is I don't want to hear no crying later if anything happens. That's all I'm sitting up there saying. So I'm going to let this play twice, so people can sit up there and catch it. Let me just make sure the sound is up real quick.
I will never stop screaming from the mountaintops that interracial relationships do not cure racism. I grew up with a dad who's not black, and the amount of anti-blackness that existed in my home, I wasn't allowed to wear braids in my hair because they're ghetto. Wasn't allowed to have nicknames because they're ghetto. They used to make me scrub my knees and my elbows and overall my skin because it was too black. I had this friend in elementary that I used to hang out with named Chelsea, and I was told that I couldn't hang out with Chelsea the first time I met her because she was too black. As an insult, one time, my dad told me that it looked like I'm going to date black men. He looked at my brother and said my brother is the one thing he hates, and when I said, what's that? He said, a black man. And I'm just going to throw out there that he only dates black women. Who he called the N-word anytime he got upset. I once sat in courts for 30 minutes because my aunt refused to let any of the black associates there help her. We had to wait for the one Indian man that worked there to come back. My dad defended Zimmerman. I will never stop screaming from the mountaintops that interracial relationships do not cure racism. I grew up with a dad who's not black, and the amount of anti-blackness that existed in my home, I wasn't allowed to wear braids in my hair because they're ghetto. Wasn't allowed to have nicknames because they're ghetto. They used to make me scrub my knees and my elbows and overall my skin because it was too black. I had this friend in elementary that I used to hang out with named Chelsea, and I was told that I couldn't hang out with Chelsea the first time I met her because she was too black. As an insult, one time, my dad told me that it looked like I'm going to date black men. He looked at my brother and said my brother is the one thing he hates, and when I said, what's that? He said, a black man. And I'm just going to throw out there that he only dates black women. Who he called the N-word anytime he got upset. I once sat in courts for 30 minutes because my aunt refused to let any of the black associates there help her. We had to wait for the one Indian man that worked there to come back. My dad defended Zimmerman.
So that was that video there. Hey, see Terry, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is going on? But I wanted to replay that twice just so people could sit up there and catch it. All of that, and you would have, like I said, specifically speaking, because her mother is a black woman, and she decided to date somebody who is not black, and that man was allowed to basically call the mother the N-word whenever he got mad from what the daughter stated. The daughter was made to scrub her elbows and her knees because they were too dark. She couldn't have braids in her hair because they were deemed as ghetto. She couldn't have nicknames either because it was deemed as ghetto. And the father would, make certain jokes, such as to the daughter who was speaking, well, you look like you would probably either date or get married to a black guy, trying to say that as an insult. And basically stating that, her brother is the one thing that her dad hates, which is a black man. And people wonder why it is that I just so happen to say the things that I do. People wonder why it is that I say the things that I do. Like I said, this is why I just allow videos to innocent speak, because you can't debate me. You're not going to have nothing to sit up there and say to me, because you better be talking to this person in the video and the experience that they're sitting up there telling you that they lived. That is a real reality. But as I stated before, you would still have black women out there that would dismiss anything that she's saying, or better yet, they wouldn't even pay attention to it. They'll still la 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 la, go through there and do the things that it is that they want to sit up there and do. And the most interesting thing is that when I might do I got an idea for something else I can probably sit up there and put up to sit up there and like really hit the point home. Um, Kane said it sounds like her father put her through psychological torture, torment. Just can't even get my words straight right now. But you are correct. You are correct. And like I said before, a lot of these people out here that decide that they want to, get into these relationships, they don't think about the kids. They don't think about the experiences that those kids are going to have and that they're going to be forced to live due to the fact of the choices that the parents made. And I'm like, that's jacked up. I mean, it's already jacked up in general where you have people that decide to have kids and they know that they're not going to, in a sense, want to be together, and they already have a jacked up or nasty relationship. So now the kids are basically born from and out of that. And now they got to deal with that whole situation and try to navigate those waters. So now, before the child even had a chance to live life, they're already fractured. They're already hindered emotionally in a certain type of way due to the fact of the adults that came before them. And now you have this issue here where this young black woman here is, and I'm going to say that she's black because she stated that she is, basically a black woman. She didn't say anything else. She said yes, her father is other, but her mom is black. But for her, she was basically stating that she identifies as a black woman, and she was basically stating the things that she had to go through due to the fact of the melanation and who it is that she is, on top of the disrespect that she was able to witness that not only happened to her, not only happened to her brother, but it also happened to her mother by way of the guy that she decided to date that was allowed to call her the N word. Like I said, I don't really know what, in a sense, to tell people. I really don't, because you got a lot of people out here that just don't want to believe and they don't want to understand that these things happen, that these things exist, and it's consistent enough that it's very easy and possible for it to basically happen to you. I done showed a multitude of TikToks of black women, in a sense, getting treated a certain type of way in a quote unquote joking manner, and I'm like, I don't find none of this as a joke. And I'm like, for you to be a black woman and to, sit up there and do, whatever that skit is, or to be a part of that video, that says a lot about you and how much you basically, respect yourself and different things of that nature. Oh yeah, yeah, that's bars. He was trying to teach her to hate herself and her mom. Yeah, yeah. No, no, not even just that. She was trying to, on top of what you were saying, she was trying to teach. He was trying to teach her to hate herself, as a black woman, right? And then on top of that, to also hate black men. So you already have two different angles, right? The mother decided to marry out, and then the father, who is present, who is there, that is a non-black man, decides that he wants to open his mouth and he wants to talk negatively about the son, right? And then on top of that, he wants to try to insult the daughter and insinuate, oh, it seems like you would probably date or marry a black guy. Craziness. Craziness. And this is when I sit up there and try to tell people, if you decide that you want to date out, you got to understand that those people are playing for the home team. They're not playing for you. They're not playing for you. Whatever your lineage is, whatever your ethnicity is, they are not playing for that team at all. They're playing for home. Whatever they are, that's the team that they're playing on. Now, you being a black individual, right, as a lot of people want to sit up there and say, you're going to be basically trying to play for the home that you have now created. Understand what I'm saying? You're playing for your team that you're creating in this one environment, this one house. But the person that you're married to is not playing for the house, but they're playing for a whole other community. It's a difference. Like I said, black people, when they decide to get into these relationships, they're playing checkers. The other individuals who black people are with and marrying or dating, they're playing chess. Those are the moves that are being made. Those are the moves. But like I said before, black people don't want to sit up there and pay attention to that at all. At all. But it comes down to the fact that you got too many black people, like they're too hurt out here. Like this is the craziest thing about black people. Black people will literally sit up here and go to a black restaurant, or they'll deal with black people once. This is the limit for black people. If you own a shop, a restaurant, or whatever it is, and it's black owned, you mess up once, black people are, oh, I'm never eating here again. I had the worst experience of my life, right? Black people will go to a white restaurant, such as McDonald's, and McDonald's will fuck up their order 21 different times to Sunday. And black people will be like, yo, I had a bad experience, but yo, they got that McRib coming back out. Yo, that Big Mac, it was hitting. They didn't get it right the first time. I was a little bit mad about it, but I still ate it. It kind of still hit, but I go back there next time and, see if they can fix it up for me real quick. We will give everybody else multiple chances to get stuff right, no matter how they treat us. But when it comes to black people getting something wrong, one of our own getting something wrong, we're like, no, I can't fuck with you. Nah. You should have got that right the very first time. We got all the mouth. We want to sit up there and cause all types of like arguments, all types of disturbances when it comes to like black people in a restaurant and the things that they doing. But black people never had that same mouth when it comes to white establishments. And that's the main thing that I'm sitting up there saying when it deals with black people and relationships with black people. We will sit up there and give every other culture out here so many chances to basically get it right. But if it comes to somebody black that we're dating, it's like, nah, man, you got some black dudes out there that are like, nah, man, I done sat up there and had like, one relationship that might have lasted a year with a black girl. I'm done. I'm good. I'm cutting the cord on that. I'm about to go see what's happening, over here. And I'm like, huh? I'm like, what? I'm like, what? I'm like, what's happening? But like I said before, you got a lot of people out here that don't have the time, energy, and the patience and the wherewithal to, basically take L's. And, as I stated before, it's, for both black men and black women, it's easier to get attention from everybody else because everybody else is looking at you as like a fascination. They're looking at you as an oddity. They're looking at you as like that brand new toy that they want to play with. But at the end of the day, they're going to go back and normally be with somebody that they with. Case in point, when I covered the story about Machine Gun Kelly, right? Machine Gun Kelly, right, who left a black woman as a single mother, he didn't marry that black woman. They're not even together. He was given all of this back during like what was it, like 2012 or whatever it is, all the way up until now. He did interviews. Oh yeah, black women are this, black women are that. He did another interview where a black woman was talking about sexual things, basically objectifying, allowing him to objectify black women, right? And she came out and basically stated, oh, it was just a conversation and this is what we were talking about, and people want to get offended, it is what it is, and all this other type of stuff. And the black woman who got offended, she should have just minded her business because the conversation had nothing to do with her. No, it did, because you were allowing this Caucasian dude who was a celebrity, who has a wide reach, to sit up there and sexualize and objectify a black woman, basically only talking about the sexual nature and saying like, yeah, the difference between white girls and black girls is, white girls, like, they'll just do it. Black girls, they'll sit up there and say that they don't do it, but they really do, be sitting up there doing, and then, get deep into that and stuff like that. And it's like, but like I said before, And I try to sit up there and show that to a lot of the black women out there. Y'all gave that boy all that love and that admiration. Y'all was sitting up here, trying to invite him to the cookout, all this stuff. And who did he get married to? Megan Fox. Magically, black women are silent on that. All of the black women that was loving Machine Gun Kelly, silent. They holding that L in silence. You don't see them being angry about nothing. But now let me just return something back, right? Michael B. Jordan, right? When Michael B. Jordan, before he was with Lori Harvey, black women loved Michael B. Jordan. Originally, when he was like, I think what was it, like The Wire, like when he was like first starting off and stuff, black women, black girls, they weren't sitting up there looking at this dude. They weren't paying him no mind. Trust me, they weren't paying this dude no mind. Then once he started, showing up in other movies and he started, getting his money up and he started getting in shape, magically, black women started flocking to Michael B. Jordan. They started finding him attractive. Like I said before, pay attention. When he was broke, didn't have nothing, he was just up and coming. You didn't have black women sitting up there saying much about him on social media. When he started getting that money and his body was sitting up there looking like Adonis, fields of black women started sitting up there showing up to the scene. Right? When he was voted the world's most sexiest man or whatever it was, magically black women are flocking to the scene, right? Everything is all good, right? Then later on, they sit up there and see some pictures of Michael B. Jordan on a boat with another black guy, and he's off in Europe somewhere, and you see like white girls on a boat. Black women sit up there and get furious. Black women want to sit up there and get angry and all this other type of stuff. And they want to say that, oh, he hates himself. He hates his parents. He hates his mom. He hates black women. He only dates white women. And then they went to the later extent after, going through all of that, quote unquote, how Michael B. Jordan hates black women. They wanted to go to the later extent and state that Michael B. Jordan obviously has to be gay. Right? But notice, right? They're trying to use the terminology him being gay as disrespect, right? To, in a sense, lower his value, right? To basically say something negative. But yet, all of the black women saying this have somebody gay who was in their family. And these are the same black women who say that they are supportive of the LGBTQI, AI community plus, right? So if you're supportive of a community, how can you then use what they are as a negative towards a straight black man that you're attractive to, but yet angry at because you see an image of him with or around white women and you perceive that as him only wanting to be with them and not you? But nobody ever asks any of these questions whenever they're presented in the media. And I've seen black women basically do these types of things to a lot of black men who are like famous and got money, right? So let me just continue on before I start going off. So then after that, you have Michael B. Jordan. Then he ended up in a relationship with Lori Harvey. Before, black women, in a sense, had a problem with Lori Harvey because she said some stuff directly towards black women, right? So they already had an issue, directly with her. So then I think she might have apologized or whatever it was, or that whole thing got washed away. So now she's with Michael B. Jordan. They've been together for, or at least during that time, for like a year. Everybody was happy. Oh, that's the black couple. Oh, these are relationship goals. Oh, I want to be like them. All this other type of stuff. So then when Michael B. Jordan wants to sit up there and try to marry her, she declines and basically says no. She ain't trying to be no wife. And then they basically break up. It basically gets called off. Now you have black women sitting up there saying like, oh yeah, well, Lori Harvey is young. She still got the rest of her life like ahead of her. There's no reason for her to get, tied down, go out there and get that bag, go do you and all this other. But I thought the whole main goal was for black men and for, at least in this circumstance, a rich, wealthy black man to be with a black woman of, in a sense, the same family structure or caliber, so that they can unify and create a black family of wealth. But now when a young girl as Lori Harvey doesn't want to get married to Michael B. Jordan, who seems to be a pretty much stand-up type of dude, somebody that would actually respect and take care of her, it's like a whole different situation. So then now what's going to end up happening, right? after they broke up, and they happen to see Michael B. Jordan, and he's out just enjoying himself after being in this long relationship with Lori Harvey, and he's around some other women, black women are going to go back to hating Michael B. Jordan. See how that works? See how that works? But the funny thing about the black women that were worshiping and telling Lori Harvey to go do her, Lori Harvey got bodies. She got bodies. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong in the comment section. Wasn't Lori Harvey the one that sat up there and dated or was with a father and a son? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me look this up. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see this. Okay. Let me check this. Okay, yeah. I was correct. Let me just caption this real quick, because like I said, this is what I'll be sitting up there talking about, and no people don't be sitting up there like mentioning none of this stuff. Like this is bruh. You gotta be kidding me. Hold on. Oh, bruh. Ooh, ooh. That is L City. That is L City right there. Let me tell you something. Let me just where that window capture at? Let me just zoom that in real quick so people can read that. It stated this is an old article, but I was correct. Lori Harvey not only dated Diddy's son, but also had a relationship with Diddy. She was just moving through the family. She has bodies. So the way that I sat up there and looked at it, and the way that I sat up there and saw it, is the fact that Michael B. Jordan, knowing more than likely knowing her track record, was like, all right, she got some looks to her. She's attractive. She got some bodies to her, but she's still young, so it's cool. I can sit up there. I can move past that. We can have a relationship, see where it goes, and we can sit up there and get married. He saw her as a prospect, as a wife. And like I said, this is the difference between men and women. A lot of women are not going to sit up there and try to like really marry a dude that has like a whole bunch of women, because women ain't trying to really deal with competition. They're not like, oh yeah, I'm about to dust this off and make it some brand. Nah. Guys will sit up there and look at a woman knowing the fact that she got a whole host of bodies and be like, you know what? I know the history. Nah, I can really like care like less about the history. I'm looking at something like a little bit deeper. I see something else there. So we gonna move past all of that. That's whatever it is, because that's of course before me. So it is what it is. We gonna focus on the here and now, this relationship, what it is that we sitting up there doing, and that's how we going to sit up there and move. He saw her as a prospect to basically be a wife. She didn't want to sit up there and be one. So the greatest thing right now, because you got a lot of women sitting up there cheering her on and all this other type of stuff. Once she start hitting those 30s and she start hitting those 40s, let's see how that works out for her. Let's see how that works out, because look at Lori Harvey's track record. Look at the bodies that she got. Look at those types of guys. A lot of those guys had options, tons of options. Many of women. They've had tons of Lori Harveys. And note that none of them wanted to marry her. Pay attention. Diddy is basically a billionaire. He didn't want to sit up there and marry Lori Harvey. He didn't see no type of value in that. He was, nah, that's good. we can sit. I can take you on some trips because the money ain't really no problem. It's whatever it is. I got stacks of money. We can just sit up there and have some fun, and it is what it is. Like I said, notice how I think at one point in time, I think she might have been engaged to somebody that plays soccer, or as they will call it internationally, football, if I remember correctly. And magically, that went nowhere. Like I said, you just have a lot of women out here that's going to sit up there and learn the hard way. They feel like just because they're pretty right now, they're a beautiful rose at this moment in time, they feel like winter is never going to come. Who? Let me tell you that winter's going to hit. And one thing that I have seen on social media and that I have grown to understand, just in general, in reality, is that when it comes to a certain point in time, you would have older women sitting up there looking around and noticing that, yo, I'm not getting the looks that I used to sit up there and get when I was 25, when I was 20, when I was 28. I'm not getting that same attention. So now they're in crisis mode and they got to do a whole bunch of things. Now they got to sit up there and go get surgeries. Now they got to go get weight loss surgeries and lipo and breast augmentations and all of these other things because now going through that crisis, they're trying to now be competitive with women who are basically their daughter's age instead of being in competition with women who are their same age. This is why society right now is so jacked up. This is why society right now is so jacked up. Notice how guys ain't really getting surgeries like that. The most guys will sit up there and do when they get older, someone will sit up there and work out. Because the thing that happened with guys is everything is reversed. When we're younger, let's say like when we're like teenagers, we'll or like 18, 19, 20ish, we'll get attention right from women who are in their older, no, technically 20s, no. We'll get attention from women who are in like their 30s and their 40s, right? Don't really, in a sense, get attention from girls who are amongst the same age range, which is crazy. But that's also due to the fact of women of the same age range, if they're like 18, 19, 20, they're chasing after men who are in their mid 20s, 30s, and 40s, right? So as guys, we grew to understand how the world works, that we get better in a sense with age. When we sit up there and work on our bodies, when we sit up there and up our education, when we sit up there and get, financial stability and all of those other types of things, which is like an overtime, thing, finer like fine wine, you notice that now you're getting attention from like all of those age ranges. You're getting attention from, women in their 20s, 30s, and so on. It's not difficult. Now it's like everything is completely open. It's not just, directly, in a sense, section off. Now, when it comes to women, when it comes to girls, they're getting attention from every single age range. That's how it works. Men are, in a sense, limited when they start, right? But as a slow start, as everything basically builds up, everything starts to catch up. Women don't, in a sense, have that catch up. Women are just women and everything loves women. So, like I said, women don't even understand in a sense what it is to actually take an L because women ain't really taking L's when it comes to getting attention. Men have to work for attention. Women just get it. These are facts. I'm not debating this with nobody. Like I said before, I'll put it to you like this. If at any moment in time, right, that I was to like just magically get into like superhero shape, right? I'm looking out here looking like Hercules, right? And I get like put on a magazine cover or I get put on TV and stuff like that. The intrigue will basically start. That's the rolling effect. The intrigue will basically start. And then slowly but surely you'll start seeing like a field of people basically show up. But me as I am right now, you don't sit up there and see like women knocking down doors. Like I said, men live in reality. We know exactly what it is. We know exactly how the universe works, and we're fine with that. Women have cheat codes. Women can do breast augmentation, they can do lipo, they can do surgeries on their vagina to be, in a sense, basically become a virgin again. They can do the surgery that Madonna spent like 500 grand on to look better than her daughter, which is crazy. If you don't believe me, go look at a picture of Madonna and a picture of her daughter. That is some true sorcery, right? I don't know what Madonna's doing. That's crazy. For her to have like some 70-year-old hands and feet, but her face is looking younger than her daughter, that's crazy. That is completely insane. But like I said, women have cheat codes. Men are born, if a man is born ugly, he has to deal with being ugly. He has to sit up there and get talent or find a way to basically move in order to get women. Women can basically just sit up there and dial in some cheat codes real quick and Grand Theft Auto shit. Like I said, it is what it is. Like I said, women can cheat to get their body. Men have to sit up there and work. There is no surgery out here that's going to have a man looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger in his prime. There's no surgery doing that. There's no surgery out here doing that. But there's surgeries out here that can give women the body shape of Lloyd Harvey, even though they've never worked out a day in their life. So, like I said, it's crazy. Hack said, gonna call him there. All right, man. Much love and appreciation. Tia said Madonna's hitties. Look here, I'm not sitting up here saying that I find Madonna attractive. I'm sitting up here saying by those standards, when you look at her daughter and you look at her, it's correct. If you were to just go by like the face in some of the photos that she has, it does not match Madonna's age. It just doesn't. Like I said, whatever witchcraft they did, that is some sorcery. It needs to be outlawed and it should be made illegal immediately because that's just full fledged illegal. Like I'm sorry, like I said, this is why, in a sense, I like women that don't wear makeup because I know what it is. If we go into a pool or whatever it is, I'm not going to be shocked at seeing a whole different individual because I done seen a lot of TikTok. Matter of fact, I think I might have did a video on an old platform, right? Where it was an Asian man who was married to his wife. His wife was naturally ugly. There's no other way to sit up there and put it. Proof of this was the way that the kids came out. And he basically he divorced her and took her to court over the fact of the kids coming out ugly. Because what she decided to do is she wanted to rig and trick the system. She didn't get married to him as she was. She sat up there and, did some sorcery. She had surgeries and all this other type of stuff to basically cover up what was naturally there. But you can't cover that up genetically. So whatever you naturally are is going to come through when those kids come through. So he sat up there and saw that and he looked at her and he's like, yo, what is this? He's like, nah, 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 nah. I got lied to. Nah, we ain't having this. And he sat up there and took her to court. He sat up there and took her to court. And then, and the other thing that a lot of these women uh don't sit up there and realize is the fact that you got all of these women out here who are mothers, right? And I guess they may plan to have kids later on. They're getting all of these augmentations, right? They're looking great, right? Their bodies are looking like they're 25. Everything is perky, everything is up, everything is great, right? But then when they have their daughters are going to have the genetics, the genetics, the God-given genetics of that mother. So if the mother is overweight, guess what? The daughters are going to be overweight. But the daughters are not going to see that in their mother, and they're going to sit up there and see perfection in their mother, and they're going to see imperfection in themselves. And there's no way that a mother is going to look like she's 25 and perfect for like 30 years and tell her daughter, oh, it's going to be okay. You're beautiful just the way you are. No, you're not. Like if you sat up there as a woman and you had all of these surgeries because you saw the imperfections, you didn't like what you were naturally given and you wanted to cheat your way, don't you dare try to tell your daughter who was feeling a certain type of way about her body that she is perfect the way that she is. Because if that was the case, you would have never sat up there and got surgeries yourself, spending thousands of dollars, putting yourself in debt just to sit up there and look good so you can compete with women who are 20 to 30 years younger than you. That's crazy. That's crazy. But like I said, there's a lot of stuff out here that, you know, uh, people don't want to sit up there and talk about. You wonder why a lot of these girls out here got body dysmorphia and they feel a certain type of way about their bodies. Is because they see the older women or their mothers and how it is that they look, and they're comparing themselves to them. Like I said, it's crazy out here. It's crazy out here. But anyways, I went off on a tangent. The whole main point is back to Lloyd Harvey. The whole main point is the fact that you got a lot of these young modern women out here, or just modern women in general, that want to hype this type of stuff up where the girl can have a whole bunch of bodies and then hopefully luck up and get somebody like a Russell Wilson. Nah, son. Nah. I very much hope that no nice guy after Michael B. Jordan, I hope that no nice guy comes up there and tries to save the day. I hope he doesn't. Just let that train roll where it's going to sit up there and roll, because like I said, it ain't even worth it. It is not even worth it at all. It's just not, especially if you're dealing with a woman who was with the father and the son. Who? Mm, that's backwash right there. Let me tell you something. Ooh, that's nasty. Mm, that's nasty. Ooh. But like I said before, this is yet again, as you see, none of the son nor did Diddy try to sit up there and marry her, to my knowledge. And you can clearly see why, because she's a mover. That's what she does. And she's going after Michael B. Jordan, since she got like a little bit of a cleanup after she done got a little bit more height off of dating Michael B. Jordan. Now, she gonna be doing the same thing that she used to do. Like I said, what was the girl name I used to have a crush on? Megan Fox. Beautiful woman. Beautiful woman. I remember Megan Fox off of My Cousin Skeeter. I had a crush. My God, I had a crush on Megan Fox. Let me tell you. Uh, uh, uh. Wait. Is that? No. I'm sorry. Not Megan Fox. Megan Good. Megan Good. Let me put on. Now I got to sit up here. I got to put the. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see if I can get the image up here, because now I got to sit up here and go back to the. I gotta get the picture real quick. Hold on, because you're gonna hear some people. I knew it. I knew it. I knew he was sitting up there. He like Caucasian woman. I knew it. He just sat up there and said it. This is why I made sure to sit up there and say, My Cousin Skeeter. Let me do this real quick. This one right here. So yeah, this was Megan Good back during the great days of television, right? As people like to sit up there and say, that was her on My Cousin Skeeter. Had a crush, and you had Megan Good. She got some bodies too, and she ended up happening upon getting married to a pastor. And the pastor was doing his best to sit up there and defend the way that she dresses and all this other type of stuff, because a lot of the stuff that she was doing is not in line with the church. So then, slowly but surely, somehow, some way, some things ended up happening, and they ended up getting a divorce, right? And now you have Megan Good sitting up there with Disaster, who is a Caucasian battle rapper. Notice that change. You were with in a quote unquote the nice guy, right? A stable guy. That way of life, just for whatever reason, whatever took place with the pastor, it just wasn't working with her. It wasn't sitting up there happening. She just couldn't deal with it no more. And she decided that she wanted to, in a sense, start dealing with rappers. Like I said, or moving from my past self to a now, please, I pray that no decent good guys roll up there and try to basically save her. Like I said, listen to brother J. Cole's song. Don't save her. Like I said before, don't do it. Don't do it. It ain't worth it. It is not worth it. It's going to be a major headache. Do not do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. But wait, what? Hold on. Hold on. Firstly, I can talk about whatever I want to sit up there and talk about. You was like more Lori Harvey obsession. Um, Firstly, this conversation started vastly different, and it originally was dealing with Michael B. Jordan and how it is that black women were basically demonizing him and talking about how he's gay and how he doesn't like black women, doesn't love his mom, how he doesn't want to be in a relationship with black women. But then magically, when Michael B. Jordan was with Lori Harvey, all of those women that was talking shit about him shut the fuck up. Notice how that works, right? But like I said, you don't want to talk about that though. You're like, oh, more Lori Harvey obsession. She's young, and Seji is foul for this. I'm foul because I'm having a conversation about a topic that deals with people in the entertainment industry that make their love life and their relationships public. I'm foul for that. But yet y'all will be the same ones sitting up here going to the shade room. Shout out to the shade room and the black woman sitting up there running that. Like I said, there at one point in time, let me just put it like this. At one point in time, through a lot of growth, I had to basically come to an understanding that you have things out here that people need, right? Q made World Star. That was the black ignorance, not brilliance, the black ignorance platform, right? And you were able to see everything directly on there. And now we have the Shade Room, which is basically, in a sense, the female version. And both are successful. Both are run by black people. Well, RIP to Q. I think it's pretty much run by maybe his family or something like that, because he passed a while ago. But the Shade Room is ran by a black woman, created by a black woman, and it's giving the stuff that people like to sit up there and see and talk about. So the most interesting thing about this is I'm pretty sure the Shade Room has talked about the relationship of Michael B. Jordan and Lori Harvey, but you're not going to sit up there and say that those black women are foul for sitting up there making stories, generating revenue, and bringing eyes directly to their site talking about this story. But yet, when I sit up there and have a conversation that started off with Michael B. Jordan and then led into Lori Harvey, now you want to sit up there and say I'm foul. That's crazy. This is the shit I be talking about. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is yo. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy, son. That's crazy. I'm almost, like I said, it's funny. I almost wonder how long were you here, because I've been doing this for like an hour and 12. So I'm taking it your ears just caught on, like your spider senses was thinking, oh my God, Seji's talking about black women. Let me tune in so I can say something real quick. So you wasn't here when I was talking about the black people fighting on a boat and they were fighting over a threesome, having a real nigga moment. But you decided that you want to come and you wanted to give your 2 cents when I'm talking about Lori Harvey. Lori Harvey don't give a shit about you, sweetheart. You're body blocking for a woman that you're not even in the same hemisphere or stratosphere as. And you're sitting up there body blocking for her. What are we doing? Like I said, Lori Harvey don't even know that you even exist, and you're sitting up there defending her as if she sent you here. Lori Harvey does not care about whatever the fuck it is that I'm saying. That woman is rich. She got money. She's probably on a trip or on a date or some shit, like around the world somewhere. Like, she ain't focused on none of this stuff here. But yet, here the fuck you are, though, as if I'm specifically talking about you. That's crazy. That's crazy. You ain't have nothing to say. Hold on, let me roll this back. Hold on, let me roll this back. Oh, hold up. Hold on. This ain't even the video I'm looking for. Where that shit at? Hold on. Because like I said, I find it highly interesting when you got black people that want to sit up there and they want to start, or suppose black people, because we know how stuff goes. They want to sit up there and run their mouth on some stuff. Hold on, that's the wrong one. That's a shame. Let me see. Is that the one? Bam. Let me exit that one out. So so since you got a mouth and you want to start sitting up there like talking about some stuff, and you want a body block for a rich black woman who don't even know that you exist, explain to me why I sit up there and see black women in this fight here. You know why this fight happened? Because people had a threesome. People had a threesome. And you see black women in there because you can see the braids, you can see the earrings. They're up there in that brouhaha sitting up there fighting. You got any mouth for that? You got anything that you want to sit up there and say you got any 2 cents for that? I bet you don't have shit to say about this story. because you don't give a fuck, right? Like I said, it's like, yo, what? Bro, bro, hold on. You know what? You know what? Hold on. Let me hold up, hold up, hold up. All right. So you said it's an obsession, right? Okay, I got you. No problem. Um, since you're still here, since you're still here, I need you to explain this to me. Explain this to me, right? Because you're defending Lori Harvey right now. Explain to me the benefit of this young woman having relations with both a father and a son. Could you explain that to me? Explain how is that positive for black women in general. Explain that to me. I'll give you time. I'll give you time because I'm not seeing it. Cindy, I'm not seeing it. Enlighten me directly on it. You're right. She's 25. She's young. She don't need to get married right now. And that's exactly why I sat up there and said, I'm not even worried about the now. I'm worried about what's going to happen when she start hitting 30, when she start hitting 40, when she start hitting that 50, when all of this beauty that she has right now, where it starts to decline because everything in life declines. This is why the cosmetic and the medical industry is $1 billion industry because women don't want to age. Women always want to be seen as deemed as beautiful because women know that they're going to lose out to the younger women that are coming up. So I'm just waiting though. I'm just waiting though because you're body blocking so hard for Lori Harvey. Explain to me the positive actions of her sleeping with both the father and the son. Explain to me. Explain to me. I'll wait. I will wait. Like I said, I don't mind conversations. I do not mind conversations at all. And I actually hold on. Wait a minute. Uh who wait, 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 wait. I'm not sure who I I'm not sure. Look here. This is what I'm sitting up here saying. She said it was probably more than did it. Yo, I do not. This is the thing, like I told y'all before. If people have an issue with the things that I say, I appreciate the fact that they roll up here and they want to sit up there and speak. I appreciate that because, like I said before, I can actually sit up here and respond back and basically, in a sense, have that conversation. I have no problem with that at all. Like I said, I will clearly entertain it, but I'm going to entertain it my way. So this is why I sat up there and stated that, yo, I clear cut. This is the main thing that I put up here before. Now, this is the interesting part is that Cindy was defending Lori Harvey after I was talking about the marriage. But yet I was talking about Lori Harvey and the fact that she has bodies, meaning multiple, meaning she's been with a lot of dudes. And she also been with a father and a son. So I'm like, how come you didn't chime in during that part? Oh, that's right, because you can't clean that up. You can't clean that up. How come you didn't, in a sense, jump into the part with when I was talking about how what was it? With Michael B. Jordan, right? And him being like the stand-up dude that he was and looking past all of that and to be with her. On top of the fact that Michael B. Jordan all over social media by video or by tweets or whatever it was, had countless black women basically coming after this dude saying how he hates black women because they see him in a picture with these European women, not having no proof of what it is that he was dating, not having no proof. But yet they called him gay. They said that he hated his mom, that he hates black women, and that he only dates white women. Had no proof at all, but yet this is what black women were sitting up there saying. You didn't have nothing to say on that, though. But the moment in time that I talked about Lori Harvey and her not wanting to get married, that becomes an issue. That's interesting. Because you couldn't clean up what it is that black women were saying about Michael B. Jordan, because somewhere out there, a lot of black women still want to sit up there and believe that no matter if he's with Lori Harvey or not, even though he clearly showed you that he was in a committed relationship with this black woman and wanted to take it a step further, which also goes against the whole narrative of what a lot of black women say, which is black men don't want to be with and marry black women. Ain't that something? So now we're going to push past that narrative as if black women never said that. And now we're going to champion the fact that Lori Harvey doesn't want to get married. Yeah, that's right, girl. Stay single. Go sit up there and get that bag. Go do what it is that you want to do. You're young. Don't sit up there and worry about it now. You don't want Lori Harvey to sit up there and worry about it now. But a lot of older black women are out here are struggling to find a relationship, have a stable relationship, and let alone also get married. But yet, you want to sit up here and leave comments up here talking about I'm filed for talking about this when I'm sitting up here saying that I found it to be very great that they were on track to get married. That would have been a very great success for the black community because you have black wealth with black wealth, which means if they created a child, that child was going to be born in black wealth. That would have been great. That would have been awesome. But we're going to look past that. And now we're going to be like, nah, she's 25. She don't got to worry about sitting up there doing that. And y'all be the same type of women that are out here on social media that will decide to champion women going out here, having kids out of wedlock and being single and raising them by themselves, saying that they don't need a man. But then y'all be the same ones championing single motherhood, but complaining that black men don't want to be in their child's lives, and black men don't want to be fathers, and black men don't want to get married to black women. Which one is it? You can't have both. Which one is it? Like I said before, I'm all about equality. And I sit up there and hand out equality when it's needed. This is equality right here. You got to make a choice. You're not going to sit up there and have both. You're not going to sit up there and tell me that, as you know, a young girl, you just sit up there and, go around and do whatever it is that you want to sit up there and do. But then after them doing that, you don't tell them the simple facts that as she gets older, it's going to be harder and harder and harder for her to sit up there and find that type of guy that she could sit up there and be in a stable relationship with. You know how many women I've sat up there and talked to, and they've sat up there and stated in their older age where it's like, yo, I regret, when I was in my 20s, like it was, this one good dude or a few good dudes, and I sat up there and just pushed them to the side because I didn't want to sit up there and get married. But now they're 40, 50, and whatever it is, and now they're looking back, wishing that they could go back and be with those guys and live that what-if situation. You want her to sit up there and live her life as a 25-year-old, but you're not going to sit up there and tell her the negative effect of it declines. The men that you want to look for, the black men that you quote unquote want to look for, it starts to decline. Like I said, it's crazy out here. It's crazy. It's completely crazy. Like I said, I'm sitting up here, I'm talking about it due to the fact that, like I said, I've acknowledged the fact that Lori Harvey is a very beautiful woman. She, of course, has a lot of options directly out here. But the options that she chooses, by what you're saying, go out here and play around, go out here and do what it is that you want to sit up there and do. You saw what happened with Sierra, right? She went out here and did whatever it is that she wanted to do. She went through a lot of bodies and she lucked upon Russell Wilson. And you see how the world treats Russell Wilson. Oh, he's a simp. He's this, he's that, all this other type of stuff. That's what it is now. You got too many women out here that want a future versus getting somebody like Russell Wilson. Getting Future is a success story magically because what is it? Future got how many kids right now? Shout out to Future. Shout out to Future. But don't Future got like 7 or like 10 kids or something? He got a multitude of kids. So I'm a little bit confused and perplexed on why it is that a black woman would decide to sit up there and sign up with that, would enlist. Be like, all right, I know you already got like several kids. Let me sign up to sit up there and give you that one extra. What? What? Like, like I said before, hey, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know, like I said, I don't know what to tell people. Like it's gonna. Oh, y'all unblocked it. All right. Uh, so Cindy, I'm just gonna say my apologies. Because I have my very awesome and beautiful moderators in here, where they will control like the chat section, and if some bullshit is basically happening, they will act very quick. So they have their trigger fingers ready. When you know I highlighted that comment. Um, so the previous, because I left your comment directly, you know, up there, right? And you said originally you basically stated that I was foul, right, for basically having a conversation about Lori Harvey, right? And then your secondary comment, and it was to Tia, and you said my aim is for people, especially men, to stop obsessing about a beautiful 25-year-old's life decisions. She's young with a lot going for her. She doesn't need to get married to please others, right? And my thing that I asked you is that I was wondering and trying to inquire how long were you actually here during this live stream? Because it's been going for like almost like a minute and 30, I'm sorry, an hour and 30 minutes. And it seems like you only decided to pipe up when I was talking about Lori Harvey at her age getting married. But you didn't want to mention anything about black women calling Michael B. Jordan gay, trying to say that as a negative, knowing the fact that black women are the ones that support the LGBTQIA plus community, and also due to the fact that y'all have friends, best friends that are gay, and family members that are gay, but yet y'all the same ones calling Michael B. Jordan gay as to demean him and use that as a negative, right? And then y'all were the same ones online on IG underneath pictures saying that, oh, you know, this is what I'm talking about with black men. Y'all never want to sit up there and be with a sister as soon as y'all get successful. Y'all want to leave the hood and y'all want to sit up there and go marry all these Beckys and all this and all that. This was just off of a picture of seeing him in a boat over wherever he was in a vacation. So all of this animosity, all this anger from Michael B. Jordan, right? But then once Michael B. Jordan gets with Lori Harvey, y'all shut the fuck up, right? And now after Lori Harvey, the same thing is going to continue. Y'all just sitting back waiting. Y'all waiting for that picture to sit up there and roll up. Y'all waiting for him to be with somebody who's either Latin, somebody who's Asian, somebody who's European. Y'all just waiting for that picture just to sit up there and start it back up. But no, now if Lori Harvey decides that she wants to get a white guy, guess what? Oh, that's a come up. She didn't get. There you go, sis. There you go. There you go. What? It's crazy out here. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. If people are going to be angry on both sides. Don't sit up here and say like, yo, black man, why are you sitting up there doing this? This is crazy. What about your mother? What about your sister? What about your grandmother? No, using those examples doesn't make sense because that would make that an incestuous type of relationship. Get what I'm saying? Because he would be sleeping with the person that he's actually seeing. He's not sleeping with his mother, his sister, or his aunt, or whoever you're trying to, in a sense, use for that reference to basically show that, you know, if you have these women in your life, what would they think? Don't you actually love them? And don't you want a representation of them? Right? You'll be mad at that. But then when Lori Harvey gets a white dude or somebody else, it's A-OK. It's a step up. She upgraded. She's propelling herself. She never let go of her standards. She heightened her standards. It's a pat on the back. Like I said before, if you're going to be mad in general, if you're going to be mad at one, be mad at all. And if you can't sit up there and do that, then just shut up. That's all I'm sitting up there saying. Hold on. You, wait, Cindy. How old are you? I'm just asking a question. How old are you, Cindy? I'll just wait for that response because you said don't nobody get married at 25 anymore. Uh, how you know how old are you? Just wondering. It don't take that long to right age. I ain't asking for like no weight or nothing. I'm asking for like two. I'm asking for two numbers because you know just one. It's taking a long time. The chat ain't even moving that quick, and I'm not even seeing a response right now. I'm just wondering how old is Cindy right now. That's all I'm wondering. Oh yeah, Simone Biles, she did get married, and that's a young black woman, and she got married to a young black guy. So but I'm just gonna hold. I'm just waiting for Cindy to basically reply back. How old is she? It's not that difficult. It is. It is not that difficult. Is it like a slow connection or something? Like I have Metro, so I know slow connections, but this is ridiculous. Like what is happening? Yo, what is happening out here? What is going on? What is going on? Yo, Cindy, let me see something. Let me look back at the what's the name? What is happening? Yo, Nini, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? Tippy is, of course, of course. Cindy said at Tia to you, never said nobody. I said practically no one. Most young women don't want to get married at 25. Her life, her choice. Um, let me just go back. Maybe I'm missing something. Let me just. Nah, I didn't miss nothing. I know I clear cut asked a question, or as I normally say, asked a question. Um, I'm just wondering. I'm like, this is I've been repeating this for like 2 minutes now. Like what's happening out here? It's like if I was to ask everybody else in the chat like what their ages were, like, people would start writing in the comment section. Like what is happening? Does it not exist? Like, does it not apply? Like like something like what is happening out here? Yo, this is crazy right now. This is Do I need a mic? Yo, Cindy, uh, bruh, are you serious? Are you serious? Yeah. All right. I'm done. I'm not. All right. So I'm just going to basically assume that you got like a slow connection, like your future, your connection is like in the past, like you were dealing with like DSL. You're dealing with like some dial up right now. So I guess it must be delayed on your end, and I'm going to just assume that you are more than likely older than me. I'm just going to assume that. So I'm going to also assume that the parameters of which that you're talking about, that nobody gets married at 25 anymore, you must be going from like a different time frame. More than likely I'm closer to 25 than you are. And on top of the fact, oh, come on. That's okay, come on. Yeah, yeah. All right. So I'm just gonna continue on. This is what I'm saying. Um, I've known a couple of friends. I know like quite a few friends that I was in high school with, and they sat up there and got married to the black women that they were with in high school, and got families, kids, and so on. So I'm a little bit confused on when it is that what timeline that Cindy is specifically talking about. Nobody gets married at 25 or 27 anymore. Are you actually out there? Are you actually outside? Like, are you like really out there with the 25 and 27 year olds? Are you amongst those in the like like I said, I'm going by the stuff that you know I've seen. Right now, if you want to go by social media, right, then you will be correct. If you're going by social media standards, what you see on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and so on and so on, yeah, you would be technically correct. Now, if you want to go into demographics, you will be vastly incorrect because certain demographics will actually get married at a younger age versus other demographics. So, like I said, this is why you gotta technically be a little bit careful when you happen to say that you know nobody or however you want to sit up there and word it, is not sitting up here getting married at such and such an age and all this other type of stuff. It's crazy. It's completely crazy. But yeah, like I said before, what was that? What did she sit up there and say? Do I have it? Yeah, wanted to say like basically it's old news. Look here, ma'am, whoever you are, I get to sit up there and talk about whatever the fuck I want to sit up there and talk about at the end of the day. Let me just make something very clear to you. Regardless on however I may be a standard issue black guy, straight bummed up, got my hoodie on and frames unshaven, thunderstorm basically being my background music at this moment in time. You came here to have an interaction with me. You came here directly to my channel. You came here to get attention and to leave a comment. There are levels to this shit. Pay attention. I don't know who you are, don't know what you look like, don't even realistically care. But I'm either entertaining or you cared enough about the platform, aka me, to basically let yourself be known for whatever fucking reason. Like I said, there's levels. You came to me, you came here. I didn't come to you. I didn't send for you, didn't ask for you. There's levels to this. Like I said, that's not being cocky. That's just it just is what it is. It just is what it is. But anyways, where was I at with these relationships and Lori Harvey and shit? What was I sitting up here saying? Yeah, okay. So back to the other part. The whole other shit is the fact that you got um a lot of these women trying to champion two things, right? Champion young black women not getting married, knowing the fact that older black women or when black women as they get older, it becomes harder for them to find a quote unquote black guy that they would actually selectively choose to get married to or allow to marry them. And then the other thing is the fact that you have black women out here championing other young women, young black women, to be single mothers when that was a negative. When I was growing up, when my mom was sitting up there raising me, she was never sitting up here saying, like, yeah, black women out here, be a single mother. You could do it all by yourself. You don't need a man in the household, this, that, and the third. My mom ain't never sit up there. Man, she ain't never say no foolishness. Like I said before, this is why I look at the way that a lot of women out here are moving, and especially in the black community, and it's crazy crazy as some of the people in the UK would say, you're moving mad. You're moving mad, man. I love the accent, whatever black people do. But it's it's ridiculous. Now I'm up here trying to sit up there and tell people in the black community, both black men and black women, like, yo, stop having kids out of wedlock. if you're going to decide to have kids, have it with somebody that you're going to, actually be with for, the long term, right? And, and different things of that nature. I ain't trying to sit up there and tell brothers out here, yeah, sit up there and like run through, houses and just get all these black women pregnant and disappear. You know how much of a fool I would sit up there and look, trying to okay and say some shit like that? But I don't. But yet you have black women who have social media platforms that have too many people on them. That's like, yeah, go out here, get pregnant, have a couple of kids, and you don't need the man there. What? Hold on, let me highlight this. Much love and appreciation to Gail. Like I said, this is why I love the women that are actually a part of the platform and that's been here for a long time, because they understand what it is and they can be honest more than a lot of other women out here. Gail basically stated I had to do it by myself and it was hard as fuck. I would recommend single motherhood to no one. And that's honest shit right there. It takes a real honest woman to sit up there and say some shit like that. A lot of women ain't gonna say that. Like I said, a lot of people want to sit up there and state that, oh, men have pride and they got ego and they can't admit when they wrong. Nah, that's a lot of women, especially of now. You're not gonna hear a lot of women sitting up there doing the same thing that Gail said and be like, yo, this shit is hard as fuck. I don't recommend this. Don't sit up there and do this. Basically do the opposite of what I did. If you had more black women like this in the community that were basically honest and that sat down and had conversations with young women, you would also have a lot less, right, statistical single mothers directly out here. Now, of course, some people are going to be like, well, Seji, you are right on that, but what about black men and the black fathers in the community sitting up there talking to the young boys that's out here getting these girls pregnant? You are correct. This is why I have a platform and this is why I've stated these things. This is why I showcased myself and use myself as an example of what to actually do and what not to sit up there and do. This is why I've had live streams and conversations within videos that might not have even had anything to do with this topic, but I still sat up there and brought it up because I felt the need to sit up there and bring it up. So, and then on top of that, I had older men in my community, black men, sit up there like, yo, young blood, don't go out here, creating kids that you can't, take care of, you can't feed and clothe. Don't sit up there and do that. That's a lot of, stress. That's a lot of time. And that's a lot of things that you can't get back. So if you're going to be with a woman, make sure you're going to have kids. Make sure it's going to be with somebody that you're going to be with long term and get married to her. That's what the black men in the community sat up there and told me. That's the type of mentality that was there for me. And that's the same thing that I, in a sense, state in a lot of the conversations that I just so happen to have, just so for anybody that want to be stupid and they want to start talking about, oh, but what is it that the black men are sitting up there doing? Let me go to a greatest extent. I can only do as much as a woman would allow me to do. So if I try to introduce myself and I want to get a woman's name, if she tells me no, that's it. If I want to take a woman out on a date and she tells me no, that's it. If I want to sit up there and try to be a help for a woman, try to help her like something failed, and she was like, no, that's okay, I got it. That's it. I can only do as much as a woman would allow me as a man to sit up there and do. Now, if a woman allows a bum, right, such as all of like the women who were like Future, right, the women who got pregnant by Future, right, in a sense he ain't a bum, he's a rich dude. But I'm saying in the aspect of like, how it is that things are going and how it's a reflection of what's going on in the black community, right? So if women basically allow and lay down with a dude like that and they already know that he has like several kids, you're still going to sit up there and blame like the dude that has several kids? Or are you going to put the responsibility on the woman that has no kids, no obligations to nothing, and still selectively, logically, and consciously decided to sleep down with the man, knowing the fact that he ain't no good for her? Like I said, I'm just saying. Just saying. let me just do this real quick. This is how I can, in a sense, already guess somebody's age when they basically keep talking. Like I said, maybe she got like a slow connection. I guess I don't know. I don't know, but I could have sworn in between the time that I was saying that she don't care about me or whatever, I could have sworn I done said, "What is your age?" multiple. I don't know what this is. This is crazy. I don't know. I need her to hit the live button so she can like get up to the future. She is in the past, somewhere lost at this moment in time, slowly strolling through whatever it is that she's sitting up there watching. Jesus Christ, I need people to catch up. I'm not the Flash at this moment in time, but Jesus Christ, you need something from the Speed Force. Let me tell you. I don't know if it's your connection. I don't know if it's your cell phone, your tablet, whatever you're sitting up here using. But Lord have mercy. So Cindy decided to state, I'm sure that she doesn't care about you either. She doesn't know any of us, you either. I'm not sure why you repeated me twice. But it's none of your business about her past relationships. I've seen her mother. I think she'll age gracefully. So let me just go back on what I stated before. This is a clear cut. This isn't a an article that I made myself. This is coming from whatever media source outlets that are directly out there about the fact that she was with both Diddy and basically the son at one time or another, moving through the family tree. And yeah, I'm not the one that brought this business directly out there. Diddy's son is the one that sat up there and brought it up. I'm the one that's just simply talking about it at this moment in time because it had to basically do with what I was sitting up there saying when it dealt with Michael B. Jordan, in a sense, quote unquote, being the good guy, right? But yet the good guy was not good enough. And yet, quote unquote, she wasn't ready to sit up there and be married. And I also want to note this, if you go back and you look at some footage of Steve Harvey. He's joking with, but also being honest at the same time. He was like, "Yo, boy, let me tell you. When I sat up there and saw, Michael B. Jordan, I tried my best to hate him. I tried my best not to like him. I tried my best to find anything to just get rid of him, just so he wouldn't be here." And he was like, as the more and more I kept digging and the more and more I kept sitting up there trying, I couldn't find nothing. If you got a black man who was a father, who was married, who had a hand in raising his daughter, who was supposed to be the protector and the guardian of her always. If he's sitting up here telling you that he could find no wrong in Michael B. Jordan, what does that then mean? What does that then mean? Where's the problem? Because it ain't Michael B. Jordan. Because her father basically said how good of a guy that he was. He's been there for a year. You see him eating at Thanksgiving, going on trips and all this stuff. If he was a bad guy or bad influence, whatever it is, it will be what it will be. Because if you go back and you look at some interviews with Steve Harvey, whatever it is, or if you just think about it as from a father perspective, he didn't want his daughter. Diddy is close to the same age as Steve Harvey. Think about that. Do you realistically think that any man worth his salt want his daughter to be with a man that is of the same age? What? That's crazy. She done went through two different age ranges, two different generations at one point in time. Went through a family tree with the dude that's roughly the same age as Steve Harvey. Like, I wouldn't like, yo, if I was a father and I had a daughter that did that, I wouldn't even know what to sit up there and say, because I can tell you this. If I had a daughter and she was 25 and I were to sit up there and date a 25-year-old and get married, I bet you she'll sit up there and have a problem. A lot of kids would, because they were like, yo, you dating somebody that's in my age. Like, why would you? I done seen this before. I've heard these conversations and I understand it. So like, you know, wait. You said correction. Most women are not single mothers on purpose. Hold on. So when it comes to women being single mothers, who allows the man entry in order to get them pregnant? We're not talking about extenuating circumstances on the negative side of the spectrum where you are dealing with incest, molestation, or rape. We're not dealing with any of those. We're not dealing with none of those at all. So you can cut that directly off. Who, when we're dealing with consensual means, consensual consent, meaning willful parties, somebody is allowing another person. When it comes to a woman, right? Who's the one that's allowing the man to impregnate them and lay down with them to produce a child? I need that. Maybe I'm incorrect on something. Maybe I'm incorrect. Maybe all the women that are single mothers out here, maybe they were forced. Maybe every single man out here forced all of these women to be single mothers. Like, which one is it? Were all of the women out here that are single mothers, were they forced to be single mothers, or did they willfully choose to sit up there and sleep with a guy? Which one is it? Which one is it? Because like I said before, my mom is an older woman, and she has been honest with me for the longest time in life. So that's how I don't have any real type of time for like this type of foolishness right here, where you're basically, most women are not single mothers on purpose. Excuse me. So you're telling me that people don't purposefully sleep together unprotected? That women don't make choices? What happened to that my body, my choice? Ain't it a woman's choice to decide if she wants to get pregnant or not? If she wants to sit up there and sleep with a guy or not? Or did she just like slip and fall on him when he was erect? Like, which one was it? Did she just like slip and fall and perfectly land, and then, you know, a gusher just flew, and then 9 months later kids? Like, what are we talking about here? What are we doing? What are we doing? Like, you're too old to be sitting up here doing this. That I know for sure. You're too old to be doing this. Like, this is crazy. This is that's 100% crazy, bruh. My lifespan is to live a good life and mind my own business. Like I said before, I knew that you were an older woman. Gossip is one thing, but the Laura Harvey obsession is weird, bruh. The only reason that, in a sense, I'm even technically still here is due to the fact that you're still running your mouth about it. And like I said before, the next example that, in a sense, I brought up was a Russell Wilson who ended up being with Sierra, right? But in order to bring up the whole situation, I had to bring up Future, right? Because I had to basically showcase the difference. You got the guy that is not good for a relationship, but he's good for, reproducing and all this other type of stuff. And then you have another guy who is very good of, everything else. And what I'm saying is, more women would rather choose the bad guy than the good guy. So it's like I'm a little bit. Let me see. What was the other one that I saw up here? Uh, yeah. Like I said, I can talk about a lot of stuff that I want to, and it is. The funniest thing is when I've had conversations talking about black men and the selective choices that they've made in women, I never get comments like these. The only time I happen to see comments like these is when I'm talking about black women. Like I said before, I don't have to sit up there and, in a sense, prove what it is that I'm saying. People will just roll through and just do it for me. Let me see. Cindy said that I'm middle aged and no, I'm not married. So you being middle aged and a woman that is not married, I'm not even asking for orientation. I'm going to ask for any of that. So you're sitting up here looking at a young girl, basically knowing what it is out here in the dating world. You know how the pickings are in a sense slim, and you're like, well, Kane, I'm not trying to shame him so much as to wake him up to reality. What, ma'am? Zaire was like, so she must be 55. Hey, you know, your guess is as good as mine, sir. Your guess is as good as mine. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Look here. You want reality, right? Reality is this. As women basically get older and they age without the aid of medical science and all of these miracles out here and without makeup, you're going to start to see that age on a lot of women. The wear and tear that a lot of young women basically do on their bodies. First of all, let's just even not even trying to get into the full-fledged topic, but it has something to do with it. Let's say abortions, right? I have no problem with women having full rights of their body. I have no problem with that. That is not my argument there. My argument when it came to abortions was the fact that a video that I put up had to do with women talking about they've gotten consistent, continual abortions back to back to back to back. And if they could go out and get an abortion again, that they would. When you have women going out here and misusing a medical, whatever you want to call it, as a type of birth control is completely ridiculous. And to sit up here and have 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 abortions is ridiculous. The main women that should be able to have the abortions, right? The top priority that it should never be shut off to are women that are going through incest, women that have gone through rape, women that have gone through molestation, and women who are going through surgeries where it deals with it's a life or death decision where it's like they got to choose the life of the child or the mother. It's going to be a very tough choice, but that mother is going to survive because you can always create another child. You can't create another mother. Those are the main top points. And I ain't trying to argue with nobody on that. The main top points where women's lives are basically they were in jeopardy. They are living through a traumatic experience. I had to sit up there and do a story about a young girl who was uh, 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 molested by, I think it was her brother or her father. And then she ended up having that child. No little girl should ever have to sit up there and bear that type of sin. No child should ever have to be born on this planet in that type of way. Like that's ridiculous. The thing that I'm against is women sitting up here using this as if it's like some like whatever it is. I can't even think of like a terminology for it because I'm so angry about that. And so angry seeing videos about women so happy that they can have continuous abortions. So you don't know how to abstain? You don't know how to use contraceptives? Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? It's vastly ridiculous. And then on top of that, women that are on the whole thing of abortion, they don't tell women how in like that will basically mess them up. You sit up there and keep getting those abortions, that's going to keep messing you up over time. And it's just going to get to a point in time where everything is done. like I said, like yo, it's a lot of like madness and nonsense that people want to sit up there and keep going, and it doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. So the reality of it is, as women get older, their options and selection of men also get slimmer and lower as well. You should know that being an older woman. You're not the same age that you were when you were 22 and 25. You don't look the exact same. Your body is not the exact same. My body is not the exact same when it was when I was 19. That's reality. That's where we are, right? So, with knowing that reality, we should be sitting up there acting accordingly. And we should be trying to sit up there and tell the future children, aka a Lori Harvey, yo, this is how it's going to be when you reach this age. This is what you got to look forward to. This is potentially how it's going to sit up there and be. Because if you don't believe me, go look at a lot of other black women who are older, who are in their 40s, 50s, 60s, and so on, and look at how their lives are. Are they married? Look at like Vivica Fox. She still pines after 50 Cent. 50 Cent don't want her, but she still loves and wants 50 Cent. You got Karen Steffens, who was a mother, ex-porn star, ex-video vixen, who was out here telling women like, yeah, it's cool to sit up there and be a hoe and to use your body and all this other type of shit. And she did an interview talking about, I will always love Lil Wayne, and I will, no matter who I'm with, I'll always sit up there and have a spot. He'll always have a spot in my heart, and I'll always go to him. So that means even if she's married and she found a decent dude, she's still going to be rolling up there to Lil Wayne, a guy that didn't want to sit up there and marry her, a guy that didn't want that type of relationship, that didn't see that with her. Lil Wayne got options. This dude is going, like, one day he'll be like 60 and 70. He'll still be sitting up there getting girls that's 25. How many women out here that you know that when you facially look at them, where it says that they're basically 60 face-wise and body-wise, how many of them are still getting dudes that's 25? How many of them? That's reality. That's reality. If you look your age, you're not going to be getting the same exact things that you used to get. You're not going to be getting the same compliments. You're not going to be getting the same looks from women. The world is not going to look at you the same. The world might not even deem you as beautiful anymore. It's gone. That's reality. While you're sitting up here talking about you're trying to get me up into reality. I know what reality is. I deal with it every single time when I sit up here and do stories on this platform. Like, you think you really sitting up here saying something. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let me see. Hold on. I said not many get married at 25. I worked in a department store with young women. I only met two that hot. I guess that's supposed to be that are married and young. I want you to understand that you're only talking from the world that you're in. So you're talking from the town and the city that you're in. That doesn't equate for the rest of the planet. There's about 7 billion people on this planet. What you're basically stating is not the reality for a lot of other women directly out here. You got a lot of young women out here that are getting married at young ages. And I'm not talking about them by them being in like a forced marriage. Like I said before, but like I said, you have more experience due to the fact that you are working in department stores, you help out customers, you get to have conversations. So you have your knowledge base of what it is that you're basically talking about. Completely fine and dandy. No problem. No problem. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. You said my profanity is unnecessary, but please proceed with your commentary. I've obviously hit a nerve. Ma'am, um, let me, sweetheart, let me just bring you down just a tad bit. Let me just bring you down just a tad bit. I want you to understand something. Before you ever found or came to this platform, whenever I'm actually interested or I care about a topic, I'm usually cussing, right? So this is not the first live stream that I've actually done this in. And this is why I sat up there and stated what I stated earlier, because I know you weren't here earlier. So when I was talking about the boat, the cruise, black people sitting up there doing all this shit, I was cussing. So I was already on one before you even got here. You didn't do anything. You didn't change anything. This is me how I naturally talk, even in public. So bring that down. You hyping yourself up a little bit too much. You need to bring that down. Just bring that down. Come to, as you told me, I'm bringing you back down to reality, and that's reality. The facts of the matter is, right? Facts over feelings. The fact of the matter is, I was already talking like this before you even came into this situation. Before you even came into this live stream. The video prior to this live stream, the video that I posted at around 12 o'clock, it already had me cussing directly in it. But you seem to think that you interjecting your 2 cents directly into this conversation completely changed my mood. This, like I said before, a lot of people don't live in the actual reality, they live in their perceived reality, and you're perceiving something that is not real. Like I said, you were in a sense in a time machine. You were replying back to me like 30 minutes ago. You should take that same time machine and rewind this video back to the start of the live stream and see if I was cussing or not. See exactly what my language was looking like when nobody was directly in here watching. Matter of fact, I probably got like 20 plus some live streams that I've done the exact same thing. So I'm a little bit confused. It's a little bit confused. Let me see. Gil said I want some turkey. Yo, technically, some food would actually be pretty good right now. It actually, it really would. It really would. I rest my case. I rest my case. Like I said, I can pretty much, when people write comments, I can somewhat already determine where they are, what the age is. And you're right. You more than likely you already have shoes that are older than me. You're right. You're right. And I have no problem with being young. I don't. I don't. Which is completely cool. Like I said, you know, I like how older people want to always throw that up there. It's like, yo, I got what the guys used to say, like, I got draws older than you, young blood. I got chin hairs older than you. Like, a lot of older people like to sit up there and say that as almost to say that they got like a one up directly in something. And I'm like, you know what? You do have a one up. You got a one up on death. Because the Grim Reaper is right there around the corner. I don't really see him at this moment in time. And I'm quote unquote a statistic. So I must be Barry Allen because I've been outrunning death my whole life as a black man. I ain't never seen him behind me. So I'm like, to all of those older folks out there that like to sit up there and say that we're going to put this into perspective and we're going to put this into reality. Yes, a lot of you guys have things that are much more older than me, including your organs, which are currently deteriorating at this moment in time as we speak, including your health also declining at this moment in time as we speak. If I happen to fall, I'm not really going to have any injuries. I'm not going to have a broken hip, not going to have a broken finger. I don't have to worry about any type of fractures. I can sit up there and take those blows. Now, people who are older, we medically already know how that works out. We already know how the body is deteriorating, how you can't sit up there and eat the exact same way that you were when you were like 25, that you can't do the same activities that you once were able to do because your joints and your muscles aren't sitting up there moving the same. And I'm just stating this in general. Just stating this in general. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Like I said, I love older people because older people are wise. I'm talking about the ones who are there to impart knowledge and wisdom onto the younger generation. Realistically, I do love and respect older people. But when it comes to a point in time where you have older people that want to disrespect younger people due to the fact of their age or disagreeing with their opinion, that's when you're going to sit up there and have a problem. Because I'm going to have to start bringing you to reality. Like if I had to sit up there with a lot of older people that want to sit up there and talk about younger people, if we had to run a mile, chances are I'm going to complete that mile. Chances are I'm going to sit up there and complete that mile. And I haven't ran track in years, a decade plus. And I promise you, I will be the one to sit up there and complete that mile. So this is why, technically, realistically, for me, I love the fact, when people want to, throw some little silent jabs and different things of that nature. It's beautiful. It's a very beautiful time. Only thing I basically tell people is don't get offended when I happen to make a response back. Don't take it personal because reality isn't personal. It's just reality. Reality doesn't care about your feelings. So if you talk about age and you want to start throwing some shots, we can throw shots because I'll start going through the CDC and we can get some medical statistics on a variety of age ranges and how the body deteriorates and the types of diseases that you tend to suffer more as you get up there in age. Because we can do this. Like I said, I keep telling people, it's like, yo, I got nothing but time on my hands. This is why I play video games. This is why I play video games. Like I said, it's a lot more fun. It's a lot more fun. Zaire said, my uncle disrespects me and treats my opinions like if they're nothing. Even when I was passed out in a car, he puts his persuasion of respect over me. I could have died that day. It hurts to this day. Yo, this is the way I look at it, right? I got issues with uncles in my family, and that's due to the fact of a variety of things that's going on, right? The way I sit up there and look at stuff is, um, I put it to you like this. In a sense, just pay very close attention to what I'm saying. Because I don't want you to get to the point where you're like raged out and you're angry and you want to sit up there and lash out. Forgive like the feelings that are of right now so that you can grow into a logical stance of like understanding that lacks emotion. Because the moment in time as a young man that you are right now, you got testosterone and everything else, running through your body. You'll get to a point where you're like, yo, and you'll be like really thinking about it, and it'll like you'll really be like fixated on it, and you'll really get angry and mad like you want to do something. Trust me, I've been there. I've been there for a variety of situations, and luckily I had the common sense not to sit up there and act on anything that I basically felt at that time because I was emotional about a situation. Pay attention. I was emotional about a situation and not thinking logically, right? But after I sat up there and just gave it time and didn't act on it, the emotions went away and logic set in. Right. And that's how I'm able to sit here and basically do these live streams and basically talk. Because if I would have been basically around your age of being 17 or 18 and I decided to act on, the things that I felt or the things that happened to me, I'd either be dead or in jail. And that's just being real. Because I had a multitude of times that I could have acted on stuff, but I decided not to because I didn't want to make my mom a statistic of being a black woman who lost her son to violence or whatever it is. you know so you basically forgive the emotions that you have and allow logic to basically take over. The logic of the situation is this: no matter how old that you get, you'll always be younger than your uncles, right? So that uncle that basically treated you bad, death is going to come see him. The grim reaper is going to be peeking through that door as we speak right now. His heart is going to be deteriorating. For guys, when it deals with heart with problems, stress takes out men a lot. You got stress, you got prostate cancer, you got heart disease, You got a whole clogged arteries. You got a variety of things. You got erectile dysfunction. Like there, so what I'm sitting up there telling you is, you're young, he's not. No matter how old you get, he'll always be older. And the problems that he is suffering from will always get worse. So that's the way to sit up there and look at it. Time is something that can't nobody outrun. No matter what you do medically, you can't sit up there and outrun time unless you got like some avatar or science fiction bodies or something. Other than that, realistically, in this reality, you ain't outrunning time. Ain't nobody to flash. So whatever he did to you, he got stuff coming to him, and he's going to have to sit up there and live with that. And a lot of times, for a lot of dudes that treat kids a certain type of way, they're the main ones that end up dying alone. They're the main ones that ends up dying alone. They don't have nobody near them when death is directly at that door, looking straight at them, ready to sit up there and take them. They don't have nobody by their side. And that's because that's the world that they created for themselves by the actions that they committed to. So this is why when it comes to my uncles, I'd sat up there and told people, I'm like, yo, I don't care if people die. I don't care if there's a funeral. Don't call me. Don't call me. Because I pay attention and I add up all of the things that people have done and I weigh those. And if the things that you do, you're also doing those things to somebody that I deem important, that I love to my core, I'm directly cutting ties. I don't got nothing to say to you. Go live your life, whatever it is, but I don't got nothing to say to you. Because if you just wanted to disrespect me, that's one thing. But if you want to disrespect somebody that I love dearly and that is a part of my heart, that's when we got a real problem. So, like I said, I'm not like everybody else. I can't tell everybody to do the exact same thing because everybody's family dynamics is different. I'm an only child. I came in this world by myself. I'm going to leave by myself. So, my perception and my perspective on the world is vastly different because the greater majority of people have brothers and sisters. So, for me, it's easy for me to sit up there and say that I'm going to cut somebody off and cut somebody off and mean that shit. So, all I'm telling you is to, basically protect your energy, because you got a lot of people out there that will come through and try to destroy it or basically siphon something off of you just so they can be here a little bit longer. Like I said before, whatever he did to you, I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm very sorry that happened to you. But just note that he's going to end up having to pay for any and everything that any or every like type of harm or distress or whatever he did to other people. He's going to have to sit up there and pay for that. And he's going to replay those memories as he's basically about to pass on into the next life. And he's going to be crying and he's going to be, oh, I'm so sorry I did this. You shouldn't be sorry. That's you. You did exactly what you did. Don't sit up there and be sorry now. You should have been said sorry and been sorry during that time. That's the other problem that I have with old people. Old people always want to sit up there and start apologizing when they're near death. I don't got time to hear that. Apologize when you're in good health. Don't apologize to me and expect me to actually care because you dying and you got tears streaming. I'm not. I'm just gonna be sitting up there looking at you. Okay. All right, that's cool. Have a safe journey. That's it. That's it. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. I'm trying to go back. Uh yeah, never act on impulse. Yeah. I think that's what I was trying to go for, but I couldn't get the words like, directly, in that moment. Uh ma'am, ma'am. It, really? Hold on. Wait. Hold on. So, okay. Let me see if I still got some up here. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Let's go back to is this the video? Nope, nope, no, it's not the video. It's not the video. Let me go back. Let me go back. Go back to Cali, Cali. Let me see here. How far back do I actually gotta go? This is quite ridiculous. Hold on. Let me see something. Because we're talking about lack of support in in child support. Uh Trying to see. Okay, we got all formats. Okay, that's the picture version. So where is? Okay, so that has to be it. That has to be it then. Let me see. Maybe that's yeah. That's not the video. Let me see. Let me see. Where is? Still got the window capture. I'll just leave it up for a minute so I can find this what's the name because uh we dealing with like mass foolishness out here. Mass foolishness is afoot and at an all-time high at this moment in time. Man, I'm just trying to understand the logic directly in here. Hold on, let me see. Zaire said, not only that, but my whole family like this. My uncle has a girlfriend. He drives a truck, and he scolds me on the most basic things for no reason, and no one came to my defense. That's why I watch your channel because my other uncle told me to stop watching SpongeBob and that stuff and watch some educational. So yeah, but I'm glad to have people like you in chat. And plus, my family also says that don't have my back no matter what. But me and my grandmother basically knows that that's a lie, and we basically have ourselves and a few to look after. So yeah, like I said, like you just gotta. It's tough, to in a sense like go through situations like that with with family and stuff. But you just gotta remember the people and keep track of the people that actually care about you because once things start getting better in life, that's when those people who didn't want to protect you or defend you or stand up for you, that's when they start coming around. That's how a lot of families work, right? When you start making it or you start pulling in money, now everybody want to be buddy buddy. They want to bring you to the cookout. They want to introduce you as their nephew or whatever it is. Like people will start acting like real funny. People start acting real funny because they're trying to get close to that money, right? And different stuff like that. So it's like, yo, you just gotta, keep your head up and you gotta focus on you. You're at a beautiful age at this moment in time where you can do anything, right? Being 17, you can literally do anything. You can mess up and just still continue. When you're a man in like you're 30, you're not afforded the whole thing of like messing up. You have to like be on point. You have to like get things together. You can stumble, but you just can't like mess up and just like destroy something and think like, all right, well, it's whatever, let me just you got to sit up there and fix that situation. You can't run from it, right? So like at the age of 17, 18, you can like work at Burger King. Oh, I don't like Burger King because of their food. All right, let me work at Wendy's. Let me, you can sit up there and go back and forth, well, technically, let me straighten myself up. If I remember correctly, I think some of the restaurants they have some of those businesses and establishments they have non-compete clauses or something. Because I remember I had a conversation with somebody before, and they were saying that they worked at Burger King and got fired or they quit, and then they wanted to work at another restaurant, a competitor, and then they couldn't or something like that. It was something crazy. So I'm not sure, but you can pretty much do anything that you want to sit up there and do. And I would just say like do a lot of stuff early. Just do a lot of stuff early. Focus on growing yourself. physically, like, start lifting weights, start getting strong, so that'll, boost up your confidence as well. Start, managing, how you look, if you got like, facial hair, or, getting your hair cut, keeping up with that. Um, get some jobs, get some work history, figure out if you want to be an entrepreneur, like, cutting grass, or whatever it is, start making, your own money, getting used to that. And do trade schools, and just keep focusing on you, because the moment of time that you focus on you, women will be watching you. They'll be watching every single move that you're sitting up there doing. So there will be somebody out there that's going to be like, yo, I see what he's doing, let me go see, what everything is, right? So yeah, that's the way I sit up there and just look at it. You know, but I'm a little bit confused. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what part of the conversation are you responding to. You said, and the man is too old to act like he has no responsibility for the child or children. I've seen too many mothers with no help even after divorce. This is the thing that I've set up there and stated. How many times are we going to keep blaming dudes who are showing you who they are? If you know that a dude has an abundance of children and he's going to continue making children, why would you then, as a woman, decide that you want to sign up to be the next one on the list? But you're telling me that, irregardless of whatever a woman decides, it's still the man's fault, even though the woman selected to allow that man to sleep with her. She selectively opened her legs up to that man so that he can impregnate her unprotected. And then you want to sit up there and talk about, I've seen too many mothers with no help even after divorce. But a lot of those women already knew the type of guy that was, but still decided to get pregnant by him. So I'm a little bit confused. Like I said, I can't feel sorry for this. Like, you're talking to a guy. Let me explain something to you real quick. You're talking to a guy. I sat up there going through high school. I had a lot of girls, right, that were friends, right? And of course, I was the guy that they didn't want to sit up there and be in a relationship with, and all this other type of stuff. So I would be the advisor of sorts, right? That big brother, right? That person that cares, right? And I learned a lot from sitting up there, talking to those young women during that time. I would sit up there and advise them on the types of guys that they really should not be going after, because I knew some of these dudes' histories. I knew that the way that they moved and the way that they moved was shaky. And I sat up there and told them this. And they would forego their information and still decide to date that dude, and then end up, oops, I'm pregnant. And oops, that guy is gone. So then I would then turn on from being that advisor to being that shoulder to cry on, because now they need somebody to have sympathy or feel sorry, because they were being stupid, because they opened up their legs to somebody that they shouldn't have. Even though you have somebody who who cares, who is watching moves, you don't want to listen to the advisor. You still want to go out here and be stupid, and then you want to turn around and come back to cry to me and talk about how you're now a statistic and how he doesn't want to be a part of the child's life, and you don't know what you're going to do. And you expect me to sit up there and feel sorry for the single mothers that are out here at this moment in time right now during this timeline? No, no, because that's not the way I was raised. The way I was raised by my mother, who also watches this platform, was that the moment in time, whatever bed that you make, that's the bed that you sleep in. So at no point in time did my mom sit up there and like you, oh, there's a whole bunch of women that's not getting help from men. I'm not getting help from this. I'm not getting help. She ain't never say that. She just did it. This is why when I talk, I don't have time for excuses, because I sat up there and watched a black woman sit up there and do it. Well, I see a lot of other black women talking and complaining and not doing nothing. But they want to sit up there and cry about the dude that they selectively chose to sleep with and allowed him to get them pregnant. And oops, he's gone. Come on, man. I can't sit up there and feel sorry for stupidity. My mom sat up there and told me, don't go out here making kids that you can't afford to take care of. Don't go out here and make kids with women that you don't plan on having a long-term relationship and getting married to. That's what my mom sat up there and taught me. I'm not about to sit up here and play a violin for the women of now that are out here still selectively sleeping with guys unprotected and getting pregnant time and time and time and time and time again. I ain't doing that. Sound crazy. That 100% sounds crazy. Well, you said what? You said the pickings are slim, but grown women, young or my age, have a choice. You can't be with someone just because they're nice. If you don't want the man or love the man, why use him because he's good? That's because that's what a lot of women do. That's what a lot of women do. I'm shocked that you asked that question because you should basically know exactly what that is. Like I'm a little bit perplexed by that because you'll have a lot of women out here that'll have like ain't shit dudes in their life and they'll treat them like gold. But then that one good dude, they'll treat him like shit. They'll disrespect him, they'll belittle him, they'll do all of this shit to disrespect him. But then they'll turn around and let all the other dudes that shitted on him still come around and sleep with her. And then yet again get her pregnant again. But then turn around and shit on a good guy that she's quote unquote with and saying that, oh, she loves and cares about him when realistically she doesn't. She's just using him as a backup and a rebound. Okay, so now I'm catching up to where you are. So now you said that you can't decide a woman's rights to choose. It's sad that anyone would use abortion as birth control, but it's her body. I can't be her judge or her jury. Well, that's you. Um, I'm going to sit up there and judge because a lot of these women are the same ones that want to walk out here on social media and talk about how men aren't doing the things that they're supposed to be doing. Men are supposed to be responsible for every single thing that they do, but a woman will walk out here and do anything that she wants, and she's not responsible. That's some crazy ass logic, and I'm not signing up for that class. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Like that's ridiculous. Like I said, a lot of women want equality, but the only time that they want equality is when it deals with those good parts or when they selectively choose to cut that bitch on. Now, when it deals with the critiquing of the actions of women, now people are like, no, we shouldn't be having equality here. No, 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 no. You're a man. You can't sit up there and critique them. You can't sit up there and say this. And stop talking about this woman's choices in men and all this other. Oh, now you're bringing up another woman. Stop staying on this. That's crazy. But yet, when you go on social media, what are women sitting up there talking about? They're not talking about really each other. They're talking about the men that they're interested in or the men that they're with. And they're talking about the selective choices that men sit up there and make in women, or who it is that a man is sitting up there dating that those women are basically eyeing. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like I said before, you got women out here that selectively choose to be with these types of guys that are habitual child creators. You have women that will literally choose to be with those guys over any other guy. And then people aren't supposed to judge those actions. That speaks about somebody's character. When you're a woman and you basically destined yourself to be single and you got like 7 kids for clear cut no reason, I'm not supposed to sit up there and judge that or say anything. When you're a woman that's having continuous unprotected sex, not only risking your body, but also the bodies of your other potential partners because you're having unprotected sex and you're also statistically the highest when it comes to STD rates, you have a potentiality to spread an STD to somebody else. So I'm not supposed to sit up there and, in a sense, judge that or bring that up. What? That's not supposed to be judged? That sounds crazy. That sounds crazy. You said once you start deciding what's right for another woman, then it's really not her choice. It's when you think it's right or okay. Let me go back over what I said before, right? I clearly stated that in terms of medical, I fully do believe that women should have control over their bodies. No problem with that. Any human being should have control over their bodies. No problem with that. My problem is the misuse of medical medicine, right? In order to stave off birth and to use that as birth control, where you got women out here having 7 abortions, 7 abortions. Remember, it's my body, my choice, which means that if it's my body, my choice, that means that those women selectively chose to have unprotected sex with many, 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 many men. Wish death on 'em. You get what I'm saying? So you mean to tell me that a woman's character should not be judged and nobody should be critiquing those type of actions at the misuse of medical, whatever you want to sit up there and call it? That's crazy. I'm for damn sure going to sit up there and judge it, because I can for damn sure sit up there and tell you I can't speak for a lot of these other women out here, but I would never sit up there and be raising my daughter to the point where she's going to be like, yeah, I'm fine with sitting up there having abortions and having unprotected sex with countless guys and using it as a way to stave off unwanted births. I'm not signing up to that culture. That's crazy. That's 100% crazy. And the main thing that I sat up there and stated was the women at the height of everything that deserve to have this done, which I feel like this should not be cut off from, is women that are in life and death medical situations when it deals with a child. Because, in a sense, if you think about it, if a mother is in a life or death situation, right, and it has to be decided if the mother is going to live or if the child is going to live, that means since technically, quote unquote, aborting is illegal, that means that the life of that child is going to be more important than the mother. So then the mother is going to be X'd out. If you can only save either one, the mother's going to be X'd out. And I'm like, as I stated before, you can, as a woman, she can always have more kids. You can't create another mother. That's not happening. There's only one. There's only one. And then you also have the little girls and the young women who have to go through rape, who have to go through molestation, who have to go through incestuous relationships against their will, and then they're forced to basically give birth to these children. And you're trying to sit up there and tell me that I'm in a sense on a slippery slope or whatever it is. Sounds crazy. I'm making very valid points. Those women who are going through detrimental, horrible, violent experiences or life and death decisions, those are the women of the utmost that deserve to sit up there and have that procedure. Any other able-bodied normal woman that is completely healthy, what's the reason for having 12 abortions, 7 abortions, there was no life or death situation, because if there was, you would have stopped at one child. You're not going to sit up there and keep going and going through these life or death situations. Like I said, I that's my issue. And that's clear cut my stance with that. The women who need it medically for those serious reasons, those are the women that deserve to sit up there and get it. Those are the women that should not even be a part of like this whole like conversation and situation. They shouldn't even be a part of that. Like I said before. Um, but I will also sit up there and say this at the end of the day. Let me go to that video. The other reason, in a sense, I don't have an ultra opinion, right? Directly on it, is because of this video right here, right? Like I said, I don't know if you're actually black or not. It technically, in a sense, doesn't even matter. But this is the main problem that I basically said here.
On behalf of all the MAGA patriots in America, President Trump, on behalf of all the MAGA patriots in America, I want to thank you for the historic victory for life in the Supreme Court yesterday.
Another one.
Victory for life in the Supreme Court yesterday.
I beg your pardon?
Victory for life in the Supreme Court yesterday.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Victory for life in the Supreme Court yesterday.
So that's one of my other many reasons, in a sense, why I don't, in a sense, technically care, right? And then let me go to the next reason, yet again, why I have the exact same stance.
Jane Roe's story was a terrible one. She said she had been gang raped, gotten pregnant, was desperate to get an abortion. That's what everyone believed, as long as Jane Roe remained anonymous. When she went public, she told a different story.
You were raped while you were in Georgia?
No, I wasn't.
You were not?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, so all of those stories that are in the books and so forth are not true?
Yes, sir. Yes.
They're not true.
Right. And it turned out that mine wasn't the only embarrassment this darling of the pro-choice forces presented. In her personal treatise published last year, Norma McCorvey told the story of her somewhat sordid life. Then she still adamantly supported abortion. Now she adds that to the list of sins she took with her into the baptismal pool. I've cheated people out of money. I've sold drugs. I was an abusive alcoholic for many years. I've done a lot against his teachings. But I think the far greater sin that I did was to be the plaintiff in Roe versus Wade.
So, like I've stated before, this is why I say the things that I say, and I feel the exact way of what I basically stated. You got a woman who sat up here and lied about that whole situation that basically kicked this whole thing off. And then later you had somebody next to Trump basically saying, thank you for your victory on white life. Like I said, this is why I don't technically say many things when it deals with a lot of the stuff out here, because it technically, in a sense, doesn't realistically have anything to do with black women at all. Now, a lot of people might want to make it seem, in a sense, that way. What was that? Much love and appreciation to, I don't think it shows up. I think it was like the estrogen zone and the manosphere or something like that. Much love and appreciation to subscribing to the platform. But this is why I don't really have much to directly say on that, because this ain't a black woman's issue. It realistically not. This is about how white men are trying to control what it is that white women are doing and how it is that they're doing it, because it has to do with their population. It has to do with the lack thereof. It has to do with the decline. Because like I keep telling people, 2035 is rolling up real quick. And the main dominant ones are about to become second-class citizens. So they're trying to stave that off for as long as possible, because they can see that cliff coming, and they're trying to figure out a way to build some roads or a bridge or to get a spaceship or to try to do an Evel Knievel and jump over there and make it to the next side. Like I said, what did Thanos say? You can't delay the inevitable. You can't delay the inevitable. Like every civilization has basically failed. You don't still see the people of Rome and and Greece still out here worshiping Zeus, Kronos, Jupiter, Hephaestus, Aphrodite. The gods that they once believed in and worshiped died with those civilizations. And the same exact thing is going to sit up here and happen here. Like I said, they gave some statistic about like 2050 and that population. So like I said, good luck. Good luck. Good luck. It's like, yo, it's completely crazy out here. It's completely crazy out here. Like I said, and this is why I set up there and stated much love, respect, and appreciation to, all the black women that basically stood their ground. Because I showcased to y'all a video before where a Caucasian woman decided that she wanted to tell black women that they need to speak up and basically, speak directly on, this issue and, and talk about this, right? And then on top of this, that same woman that you were able to hear speak, she also says some things about Hitler and different things of that nature as well. So, hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. The only thing I make sure to do is to, bring up the videos. Bring up the video. Oh, a matter of fact, hold on, let me get a good one. Let me get a nice good one real quick. Let me see, where is that at? Where is that at? You see if I can sit up there and find it. Trying to just find this video very quickly. Where did it go? Oh. Okay, that's that one. And then on top of that, speaking of, my body, my choice, the most interesting thing when it comes to that. Oh yeah, like I said, where is that? What's the name at? Can't sit up there and get that to basically show up. Hold on, give me 1 second. Because I'm trying to actually get the actual video for that, which is crazy that I can't seem to find. I might just have to go back a little bit further, I think. This is what usually happens when you're flying through like a variety of stuff that you technically want to talk about. Well, for me, I mostly just like fly, however it is, and do it that way. Let me see, where is, because the most, yeah, this is it right here. Let's just look at this nonsense right here. This is this is all for abortions, right? The same thing that you basically said, in a sense, nobody should be, in a sense, judging my body, my rights, and you got women out here twerking for abortions. That looks completely crazy. Twerking for abortion. I ain't never seen such nonsense ever in my life. But yet, this is supposed to be a serious topic, though, right? But yet, you see women, and I'm saying in general, you see women sitting up here twerking, though, right? But this is supposed to be a serious topic that people are supposed to take seriously because it is of the utmost importance. Crazy. Excuse me. It's complete. That's madness right there. Complete madness. I'm trying to sit up there and find this this picture real quick. which I can't seem to actually find, which is a little bit weird. It's going to take me a little bit of a minute, so excuse my silence as I'm going through these files here, because it's a little bit magical how, when you want to look for certain things to further prove some points, you can't really happen to find it at the moment in time. You got to sit up here and try to read through and look at pictures pretty quick, so you don't have to worry about too much dead silence. Yeah, I'm just going to keep that one playing. I'm just going to keep that one playing right there because, like I said, that looks bad. It looks real bad. Looks real bad. Just saying. Let me see. What is it? 62. Where is OBS at real quick? So the next thing, hold on. Let me see. Yeah. And then this is do I minimize it? Come on. I just had it. And this is my other problem, right? Because we talking about my body, my choice, right? So where was my body, my choice back during this time period? Because we wanna talk about these rights, right? Because all, like I said before, I find it hugely entertaining that you have, some of the people that were out there dancing, saying my body, my choice, protesting and stuff, using their bodies, right? They weren't doing that same type of protest back in 2020. And Fossey was sitting up here telling people, hey, yo, he was letting people know what the business was. He was letting them know. He was letting them know. And I ain't see none of these women out here who talking. I ain't seen nobody out here sitting up here protesting like this when it came to 2020. I ain't seen none of it. None. People were just, all right, that's what he said we got to do. All right, let's go do that real quick. Oh, he said we got to do it a second time. All right, let's go. Oh, we got to do this. All right, let's go. Oh, we need several boosters. Okay, let's go do that. And now we're in 2022. What happened? I'm just saying. I'm just saying what happened. It's, like I said, I'm just making an observation. I'm just making an observation. Like I said, I try my best not to put out anything that is fabricated. I try my best to sit up there and bring the facts to the table, to bring people to reality. This is reality. So I'm just wondering. And I'm just, it's friendly neighborhood black guy, just sitting up here wondering. Most young women want to get their education and perhaps a business started before they get married. Most of them saw the Great Recession and what their parents went through. Security is important. And this is why the selection of guy is also important as well. This is why I'm sitting up here saying that you have a lot of women selectively choosing poor prospects. They're out here choosing Pookie and Ray Rays. They're out here, or for other extents, they're out here choosing like Machine Gun Kellys and whoever else. So, like I said before, when I'm sitting up here saying the things that I'm sitting up there stating, I'm looking at both perspectives. I'm looking at both angles. But like I said, the main person that has to deal with the brunt of everything is the woman. So it would behoove a woman to sit up there and make a great choice and a selective mate. You don't see female animals of different species suffer through this because they're going to sit up there and choose the best prospect. They're going to look through wherever they are, the ocean, the air, whatever it is, because some animals out here, they pair and they mate for life. They're going to look for the best suitable mate. And then they start reproducing. And then they're with each other up until they can no longer be with each other. But yet, when it comes to human beings, magically, when it comes to women dealing with potential suitors, Ali, that part of the selection process of the brain is just completely gone. It's just like, all right, whatever. The only part that basically is there is backwards, and it's like, all right, we want a potential suitor, but we don't want a good guy, right? We want a potential suitor, but we don't want a good guy. We don't want a guy that's going to be financially stable and that has his head on straight, and that's actually going to love, respect, and care about me. That's basically what I'm seeing. I'm going through what I've seen in life, what I've had conversations about in life. I'm going about what I've seen in other people's relationships. I'm going by what I'm sitting up there, been reading on Facebook from other women from a variety of ages, including also MySpace as well. And I'm also looking at social media in general. This is my lens. It's a giant lens looking at the world. So I'm not just sitting up here looking at a town or a small city. I'm looking at everything that people are posting that is viewable and that I'm able to look at the moment of time before they decide that, yo, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Let me pull that tweet back. Let me delete that Facebook post. Let me delete that IG post and also make my IG private. So like I said before, if women care about security, then you're going to choose a guy that is able to provide that security as well. It's fine if a woman want to sit up there and have like her own money and shit. That's great. No problem with that. I don't have no problem with that. That is cool. That is A-okay. But what I'm sitting up there saying is this. At the end of the day, no matter if a woman has a business, right? Because you're saying security is important. The main aspect of that is women will always want a guy. 9 times out of 10, women will always want a guy who can make more than them, who is bringing in more than them. They're not trying to sit up there and have the same equal type of footing. It's like, oh, you're bringing in 50K? Okay, I'm bringing in 50K. Nah. They want somebody who's bringing in over that amount of money. And I'm going by what society has been dictating. I'm going by specifically what women have been sitting up there saying and stating and putting on their own personal Facebook posts, on their own IGs, on their own Twitters, making their own videos on their own social media platform. And watching the comments and see fields of other women sit up there and agree countless times about what it is that one woman stated. So, wow, only Gail. Let me tell you something. Only Gail. This is my thing that you have to understand. When I see somebody complaining about the language that I'm sitting up there using, I take it as basically people want me to stop it because it's abrasive and they don't really like it. It's doing something to their ears, or it's making it hard for them to basically listen to whatever the message is. I got to the point where I just stopped caring, because you can talk the things that I've basically learned about doing social media. You can talk as eloquent and as educated as you want to. You can use as much definitions and words from the dictionary as you want to. People are still going to come through trying to correct you and telling you how to pronounce shit, and sitting up there telling you how it is that you should say this or how it is that you shouldn't. You got to understand, I've been here for like 4 years doing this. When you actually do this for like 4 years, let me know if you start actually giving a fuck. Let me know if you start responding to people in a certain type of way because you're tired. Because you're sitting up here giving your time and energy to individuals who are basically ungrateful. Let me know how you basically start to see things and how you start feeling. Like I said, I know the people who are grateful, who do respect the things that I do. And I understand and know the consistent ungrateful bastards that keep coming directly back into this platform. So like I said, I speak the way that I do, And people got a problem with it. Hey, you know what it is. It is what it is. You know. Um. Yeah, that was I did think about that for me. I'm like the Great Recession. I'm like, damn, wasn't that that's like back during like the Dust Bowl and all of that when the government was taking people's like gold from their homes and it's I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, we taking this. We're going history. We're taking this back. I'm like, oh, all right, all right. Then he said, I was saying that because she was acting like last trying to holler at you. No offense to your age. I figured you were in your 20s. I mean, well, technically, that very much is a compliment to you. Somebody saying that you're in your 20s. That is a very nice compliment. Very nice compliment. Uh, the housing crisis of 2008. That was 14 years ago. If they were 10 at that time, they will remember it. Okay, I mean the housing crisis wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. It really wasn't. Um, it was just bad if you didn't have money during that time to basically buy a property. Yeah, it was bad. Um, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Kane said women call men dusty, cheap, and deadbeats all the time, then tell you not to judge women. That's facts. That's 100. No lies detected. No lies detected. Like that's crazy. That is completely crazy. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Um, uh, let me see. Cattle. That looks like a BET video. That's bars. That's bars. Looks like right. Looks like some abortions to me. I mean, it looks like they're really getting down, but my choice. Comedy hour. Lord, yo. Talking about smelling through the screen while Elizabeth's working. Yo, hey, like I said, hey, it's 2022. I ain't judging. Like I said, I noticed a lot of things directly out there. Whatever people want to sit up there and do with their bodies, it is their choice. I'm not going to sit up here and question, why it is that certain individuals are directly out here twerking. In a sense, when it deals with abortions, I just said that, I find it highly comical that you got women out here that decide on a serious topic that they just want to start busting it open for Jesus. I'm a little bit I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. Like I don't understand it. Like I don't. I thought you were supposed to be protesting because if I look at protest pictures of like women from the 70s, it don't look nothing like now. Those women were 100% respectable. They came there dressed normally. They came there to basically have their point and their stance be made and to be taken seriously. And in the other footage, I'm clear cut looking at clowns. I'm looking at clowns. I'm looking at straight clownage. Like this is ridiculous. This is straight ridiculous. It's even to the point where you even had a white guy sitting up there making fun of it and sitting up there joining in there. Like this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I ain't gonna say nothing about that. I'm not saying nothing. I'm just looking at the fact that you got all of these onlookers who a lot of the majority out here seem to be Caucasian, and they're just clapping it up for the black woman out there just sitting up there dancing. Whew. All right. All right. We're just gonna move this back up there. Fossey is having a great laugh right now. While he's laughing, I'm crying. Ew. Oh my goodness. No one takes anything seriously. That's why the community is a novelty. Trump, it's still free after being president, and men have less reproductive rights. Oh yeah, that's true. There's men don't have no rights actually when it deals with kids, and that's the other thing that people don't want to actually admit, right? So women have a right to choose, right? So let me put it into a better perspective, right? So women can decide that, all right, well, I'm together with this guy, or right, the person is married, right? So she's married to this guy, and she's pregnant. She's like, well, I don't want to have a child. The guy's like, yo, I'm happy to be a father. It's like, yo, we're married. We're about to, have like our first kid. Like the dude is like literally ecstatic. Like, yo, we're married. We about to do this, create a family. And she's like, no, I don't want a child. I'm about to go get an abortion. See how that works? See how that works? A woman at any moment in time, no matter what her partner states, she can do the opposite. A guy has no rights to that at all. His voice does not matter. If a guy that is with a woman, they're together in a relationship or married, and she's like, yo, I'm pregnant, I'm going to be a mom, you're going to be a father. And he's like, no, we're not. It's like, I ain't trying to have kids right now. You need to go have an abortion. The woman is going to start crying, and then she's going to be like, no, I'm having this child, and you can't stop me. Yet again, men don't have any type of rights. The only time, in a sense, men have some type of right is when it deals with like child support, getting put on child support, friend of the court, getting thrown in and out of jail because they're in the rears. That's the only time that people actually want guys to actually, in a sense, technically be there. But if a guy basically states that he wants to be the child, but he wants to be the father of the child, but the mother is like, no, and then she has an abortion, nobody says nothing. The moment in time that a guy is with a woman, married or not, married or just in a relationship, and she's like, I'm pregnant and I'm happy. He's like, no, we ain't about to be no parents. Go get an abortion. The dude is looked at negatively and talked about and dogged out, and yet the woman is praised. But we know what the end result is going to sit up there and be. The guy obviously is either not ready to have the child, which is more than likely what he's saying, or he does not see you as the type of person that he wants to be with, and nor do he wants you to be the mother of his children. But even with all of that being stated, the woman can still say that I'm going to have this child and there's nothing that you can do about it. And then on top of that, throw the man directly on child support after she breaks up or divorces him because of the answer that he gave after she stated that she was pregnant. And people want to talk about rights. Men have no rights. Just saying. No Freedom said, is it you or was it one of your mild too bad? I don't know. For me, when it comes to certain shit, if people happen to say some sideways like shit, I'll catch people. Or the mods will sit up there and catch people. So it's either or. I'm not even sure what timeline we're even talking about because I haven't technically done lives consistently in a minute. So I'm a little bit misty, at this moment in time. This is the first time that I've actually consistently done a live, in a sense, back to back. So you gotta forgive me if I don't, technically remember. There's a lot of trolls and whatnot that basically show up through here. Oh yeah, that's facts. That's facts. Females of different species, if they figure that a dude is basically a bum, meaning that he just can't protect or like his genetics, whatever it is not strong enough, they're not mating with that dude. They're not giving that dude the time of day. But magically, for whatever it is out here, you got women that'll give bums the time of day. I'm like, what is how? And I'm like, we're supposed to be like the apex predator. We're supposed to be the kings, right? Humanity is supposed to be over everything else on this planet, but yet you got animals out here making better decisions than human beings. Make it make sense. I'm a little bit confused. You say, I mean, to be with a good man just because he's nice, you can't have it both ways. Be with a good guy and be with a good guy that you don't want, then don't be a user. Then say you should have chosen better. I'm a little bit confused on that on the last part. Okay, so I'm just gonna try to wrap this on that one real quick. So you're saying that a woman should not be a user of a guy that is just solely a good guy, nor should she just be in a relationship with him. I don't know. What I'm basically saying is this: I see too many women on social media complaining about their selection in guys and how it is that they can't find a good guy, but they keep dealing with assholes. And I keep sitting up there telling women that if you as a woman ain't shit, you're going to keep attracting ain't shit guys. Ain't no dude worth his salt going to sit up there and put up a bullshit. Like I said, the same way I'm talking now, if I ever have a daughter, I'm going to, when she's old enough, I'm going to explain this to her the exact same way. Ain't no dude out here about to worth his salt about to be dealing with your bullshit. You either sit up there and straighten yourself up as a woman and conduct yourself as you should, or you just going to be dealing with bums. Like I said, I'm for like the no nonsense. I ain't like one of these other dudes out here where it's like I'm going to be feeling sorry for my daughter getting like pregnant multiple times. Nah, you're going to be dealing with this shit by yourself. Because I am not. If I sat up there and taught you the lessons that you're supposed to be taught, and you opted not to listen to those, you better not sit up there and be bringing a child directly on my doorstep after I taught you better than that. It ain't no time. You can't tell me it's mistakes because I'm the type of dude. Let me sit up there and have a daughter. I'm there and I'm present directly in her life. So ain't nobody gonna be able to say shit to me. So if I directly, as a father, sit up there and tell you what to do and what not to do, and you opt because my body, my choice, you want to selectively get knocked up by Pookie and Ray Ray, by three different Pookie and Ray Rays 3 different times, that's your responsibility. You're on your own with that shit. I ain't doing it. I'm not about to sit up there and be like a grandfather taking care of like all of like these bums kids. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. You got the wrong one. Like I said, you done got the wrong one. Like you'll have women out here that'll feel sorry for you. I'm not. And I'm going to be that hard because I wasn't the type of guy to sit up there and go out here and get countless women pregnant. So I made sure to sit up there and monitor myself and my decisions. I made sure not to sit up there and make women out here statistics. I made sure to do that. So if I'm living by example, I expect that my daughter, my child, should be paying attention to what it is that I'm fucking doing. Like I said, you and many other women, y'all can enable all of these little girls to go out here and go do this shit. I ain't doing it. And I don't care how the fuck that sound. Like it's like I said, we ain't doing that here. We ain't doing that. Let me let you know something. We are not doing that. You mean control of their bodies up to a point so you don't think they have a choice. Didn't I just go over this? I just said that the thing of the matter is that people should not be abusing this. Women are the only ones abusing it. Let me explain something to you. Let me do something to you real quick, right? My body, my choice, right? There's a lot of women out here that have gotten pregnant by other guys, but then they told another guy that he was the actual father. And then they sat up there and put him without proof. They sat up there and signed him on the birth certificate, or the courts did, however it went. And now he's the one that has to basically take care of that child and bear those responsibilities of paying child support and different things of that nature. Do you understand? My body, my choice. Do you understand how easy it is for women to go out here and lie and basically state that a dude is the child of a father that they know is not the child? And you want to sit up here and talk about choices and rights? Really? Really? Let's go back to some choices and some rights, right? Um, let me see if I can get it real quick. Um, see where. Oh, can't do it that way. I gotta actually sit up there because we're gonna touch on this my body, my choice thing again. Because like I said before, people wanna have choices and responsibilities only at certain times, right? So going back to the whole my body, my choice, and like I said up there and said, a woman should be able to have full, complete control directly over her body. The thing I talked about was the misuse of medical procedures and overuses of those medical procedures in order to use those for said type of birth control, right? And I stated the types of women that need to be on the forefront of basically doing it, right? So let's go back to my body, my choice, right? So you had a woman like this that lied on a young boy like this. She used my body, my choice to basically sell lies in order to get this young black boy executed. So he had to basically be executed because of everything that she said basically took place and happened, right? Which was pretty much nothing at all. So he died at a very young age. And then this woman, by her own choice, lived a very long life. She got to have a multitude of boyfriends. She was out there sowing her wild oats, sleeping with different guys. Probably got married a few times, got children and grandchildren. But she was able to choose if she wanted to live or not. She actually had a choice. And she opted her life in order to give up or sell the life of this young black boy. It's amazing how far lies get you when you are a certain complexion. I did other stories where Caucasian women have sat up there and told many of lies on black men, my body, my choice, after they decided to sleep with those black men. And once their white counterpart, their white male that they were actually interested in planning on being with, found out that they slept with a black guy, then they didn't want to be with them. So then they started crying, and then they wanted to turn around and sell the story of these black men raped me. Remember, my body, my choice, though, right? And we're talking about rights and people having an actual choice in the matter. And what I'm showing you is that in a lot of these choices, in a lot of these occasions, men don't have a choice. There is nobody there to actually protect men from women sitting up here lying and turning around and basically stating, "Oh, this dude is ugly. I can't let people, find out that I slept with him. I gotta think of something quick. He drugged me and he raped me." I've covered countless stories like that. My body, my choice. And a lot of these women's bodies have led to black men piling up and becoming dead bodies. A lot of these women's choices have ended up taking the lives of other black men or putting them in a predicament of where they're going to be in jail or prison for life and suffer a death sentence. But we're talking about choices and responsibility, right? Like I said, it's funny how when that comes up, it's only to a certain extent. Just like with equality, it's only to a certain extent. Like if a woman decides that she wants to go to Home Depot and she needs a door or she needs some very heavy things, right? Women have an expectation that guys are going to sit up there and help them out. Well, not really in this timeline because guys are pretty much tired with a lot of the bullshit. Like I said before, chivalry is there because women killed it. Not because men don't want to do it. It's because women killed it and they don't respect it. And they've stated before that they don't respect it. So now you have women making TikToks, Instagram, and YouTube videos talking about how difficult and how hard some of this shit is because guess what? Guys don't want to sit up there and help them. There was literally a white woman who has a very nice house, mind you. She has a driveway full of gravel, right? She needed to sit up there and cover it. So she had to go get the gravel and then she had to shovel it in the hot sun beaming directly down on her and sit up there and fix that driveway. Now, let's be honest. No woman wants to be down there putting down gravel on a driveway for some hours with the sun beaming down on them. No woman wants to sit up there and do that. No woman really wants to sit up there and do physical labor. Let's just be honest for a minute, because if you are to look at the jobs that women tend to pick, you have a lot of women in the medical field. You have a lot of women that are nurses. Pay attention. They're not sitting up there doing a whole bunch of heavy lifting. They're not working in like engineering fields or fields that require a lot of muscle and different things of that nature, a lot of stress on the body. Women ain't trying to sit up there and do that. They're like, nah, I'm smart and I'm going to work smarter, not harder. So I'm going to get this degree here and I'm going to sit up there and do something around if and or in or around this degree, and I'm going to do with that. I get to sit up there and smell good, look pretty all day, wear the stuff that I want to do, and I really don't have to get my hands dirty. And that's just being real. Guys are usually the main ones that don't mind breaking their backs and their bodies in order to make a good sum of money. If it is required to us to try to lift 100 pounds, guys are going to find a way to sit up there and do it. We are going to try a multitude of ways and work different situations, scenarios, and formulas out on how to sit up there and move this 100 pounds so we can sit up there and make that X amount of money. Because we know that if we're willing to do the risk, if we're willing to put our bodies to the task, that we're going to get paid for whatever it is that we're sitting up there doing. This is why a lot of older guys got bad backs and different things of that nature, because they were doing hard and heavy labor. How many women do you hear of having bad backs? Having terrible joints? You don't really hear a lot. So, I'm just saying. My body, my choice, though. My body, my choice. My body, my choice. But yeah, it's yo, Kane, it's true facts, man. They be busting it open for Jesus. Let's go back to that real quick. Where it go? Hold on. Was it image? I forgot where it was. Was it? Is it? Yeah. Okay, it's this one. I'm sitting up here touching the wrong thing here. Hold on. Yeah, look at that. Busting it open for Jesus. Just winding down there. Just out there doing it. Giving it up to the Lord. As Outlaw would sit up there and say. Great, look at that. Now, I just want to remind people, usually, when you see this dance in like a club setting, it's to basically entice men. It's to attract, men, different things of that nature. Like I said before, because they're showing off assets. So for whoever wanted to argue the point of that's not what, twerking is and all, it's just women sitting up there dancing, you're taking it too far. You're literally spreading yourself open. You're not going to sit up there and tell me that you don't feel the wind beneath your knees. You're not going to sit up there and tell me that. You're not going. We're not doing it. Like I said before, it's like I said, busting it open for Jesus. It is what it is. So I don't know that. You know what? I don't know. Doesn't twerking lead to abortions? You know what? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Um, you know, you have some men that like to sit up there and take risks. Now, of course, being younger, a lot of dudes are just like, all right, it's whatever it is. But once you start, getting older, like, all right, I gotta, start, wrapping up, gotta start using the condom X, Y, Z. And it's like I said, I'm baffled to that extent as well. But within the same token, dealing with equality, I know for a fact that women also carry condoms as well. They have them, they know exactly what they are and what they look like and how to use them. And I know for a fact that if a woman is like, yeah, you're not about to do anything unprotected with me, you need a condom. If you don't got one, we ain't doing nothing. If a woman is to sit up there and say that, a man either has one or two choices. That's it. Either he's going to go out there to the store, the gas station real quick, go get something, or ain't nothing about to happen. That's usually how it works. And that's why I said earlier, for me, I can only do as much as a man. I can only do as much as a woman would allow me to do. If I introduce myself and a woman does not want to tell me what her name is, that's it. If I want to take a woman on a date and she basically tells me no, that's what it is. If a woman is in, if I basically view a woman in need, it seems like she needs help and she says, no, thank you, I don't need your help. That's what it is. Like I said, I've had a multitude of times where, because of how I was raised, right, I wanted to sit up there and give up my seat or different things like that, to women. And I've had women sit up there and tell me, no, that's okay. And I sat up there, I got, I'm like, no, it's no problem. Like you can have the seat. Like I can sit up there and stand. She was like, no, that's okay. And I'm like, all right. I'm like, maybe I'm doing something wrong. Like I could swear that I was raised to do this, but women sit up there and tell me no. It is what it is. So hey, it is what it is. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mo is not lying. Mo is not lying. You can listen to who is it? Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher along with like some other celebrities. Yeah, yes, yeah, yeah. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. Let me tell you something. Um, Let me see what else we got. Another and then oh yeah, that too. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, no, but hold on. But yeah, let me tell you something. I let me how to phrase this. You have women out there where they've had open and honest conversations and they've literally stated that they like the sensation better without a condom. Pay attention to what I'm saying. You have women out there who have stated that they like the sensation better without a condom. So what is a guy going to do? Of course, guys have common sense and they'll be like, yo, that's dangerous. I ain't about to sit up there and do that. The guy's gonna be like, I don't I can dude's gonna be up in there. That like it's just, the dude is gonna sit up there and be there. The woman is sitting up there saying like, "No, you don't need." He's about to sit up there and die. That's what's about to sit up there and happen. But like I said before, I as a man can only do as much as a woman would allow me to do. Like I said, this is why I be saying the stuff that I say. This is why I say the stuff that I say. Oh, Mo know who that. Okay. Well, like I said, you and Mo seem to have conversations, and do with that. I'm gonna do with that. Let me see what we got. Let me go back up to the well, um, huh, ma'am, ma'am. You said what does twerking have to do with their rights to choose? However, they still have the right to choose. My point of bringing this up is that I'm not taking a woman serious who's supposed to be protesting about a serious topic that can affect a multitude of women, and you're out here sitting up there dancing like you're at a club at 3 a.m. I can't take you serious. I can't take you serious. Can't take you serious. Like it just is what it is. Like maybe you can, and that's on you. I, as a man, I'm not sitting up there taking it serious. And then on top of that, the funny thing is that you talking about the right to choose again. I sat up there and told you and basically listed certain things that oddly enough you didn't want to sit up there and comment on. So when they said that Trump helped with a victory for white life. You didn't have nothing to say about that. Interestingly enough, you were just completely abandoned on that mission. And then when I brought up the fact that a Caucasian woman sat up there and lied about what it is that happened, she also has a documentary on Netflix basically doing a tell-all before she dies. Magically, you didn't have nothing to say about that. But now you up here like some, what does twerking have to do with their right to boy, let me tell you. I tell you out here, people got like selective hearing or something out here. I don't know what it is. People real selective, just like equality. Women are very selective on when they want to be equal and when they don't. Craziness. This is craziness right now. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm with that one as well. I'm 100%. Like I said, I'm not about to uh be on that nonsense where you got, a daughter of mine sitting up here like doing any of the stuff that I see these women on social media doing. We ain't doing that. If you're gonna be doing that, you're gonna be out of my house. Like I said, I expect for you to act accordingly. You can watch whatever these women is doing. You better not be doing none of the stuff that they're doing. You better be paying attention to what your mom is sitting up here doing. You better be paying attention to what I'm sitting up there doing. Those are the cues that you go by. Those are the actions that you go by, not the actions of complete strangers that don't care anything about your life. That's a good one. Timothy said, "Do women get more abortions than BBLs?" I mean, BBLs just recently became like highly, popularized and whatnot. So it's I would technically want to say I think the abortions probably outnumber that. People don't want to admit that women have lied throughout history, but somehow they believe all women. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me see. Uh, that's right. Like she said, hit that like button. Hit that like button. Let me see. Will it be true? I thought for sure money and power. He said it was mainly. I mean, yeah. I mean, but see, it deals to an extent. You got some dudes sitting up here fighting and arguing over women, but you got other dudes like arguing and fighting and killing each other over like a whole bunch of like, dumb stuff that don't even really matter. Like it's a lot of nonsense directly out there. Great question. Why don't I ever hear of women on rooftops fixing lakes? I wonder why. But we're talking about equality though, right? Yeah, no. No. Right. And that's true. That's the reason why for me I liked physical labor because it'll sit up there and help you, stay in shape. It'll keep you active. You can burn calories. Like you can basically eat anything you want to, and then you know that you're going to basically get a workout at your job. You know that you're going to have to do some heavy lifting and some stuff, moving around. It's basically a free workout. And you also getting paid. And it's well, that's the viewpoint and the way that I tried to look at it. Right. And also for me, I like physical labor because it's like when your muscles and stuff are screaming. For me, I'm like that lets you know that you're alive. Right. For me, that's like a good thing and stuff like that. So this man Mo, Lord. Uh you see, so men gotta do their part and not pick these twerking women, especially if these men are against abortions. No, that's true. That's true. That is very true. Let me see. Let me see. What's up, bro, in chat? Yo, Yaza, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Tia said Putu owes Seji awards. That'd have been great if I could have got that. That'd have been great. If I add in what's on this channel and put it onto the other, yeah, I would have been right there. I would have actually been over that. That'd have been great. That'd have been pretty awesome right there. That is bars. Women control consensual sexual access. That is true. That is true. Women basically control that. Now, some people basically stated like, "Oh, well, what would happen if women decided just to do?" I'm like, well, you got a few things that could sit up there and take place. One of which you got prostitution, which is the oldest trade on in the world. So you're gonna have women out there that's gonna be like, oh, women ain't doing this. Let me just go out here and see how much money I can sit up there and make. Like I said, look at OnlyFans. Look at how many of these women you got. Some, what was it, Bella Thorne? She pulled out. Ooh, how many millions was that? I think like $3 to $4 million off of not showing nothing. Not showing nothing. Bella was it? Is she, her name isn't it Bella Thorne? Whatever it is, the Caucasian girl, thin Caucasian girl. She sat up there. She made off hefty with that. And OnlyFans was something that people who are a part of sex work would basically go to, and they would basically do their thing there. But then once OnlyFans started getting popular, it moved away from that. Like the sex workers are the ones that basically made OnlyFans what it is. So then you got the celebrities that directly came in there, and then basically all of those people technically in a sense fluctuated to the celebrities, and then celebrities started doing X-rated stuff and different things of that nature. So this is when you got people who actually do this for a living, like they're going to feel a certain type of way. And I understand it, because you got people coming into like they place of work and they not even their life is not even actually about this. They're just doing this because they can get like some quick money real quick, versus people who are actually doing this for the pay bills. So it's like this is when a lot of them got mad when Bella Thorne came through and she got money, and I think her sister or whatever came through there too, and then somebody else did the same thing. Like it was crazy. And this is when, because of what she did, this is when what was it? OnlyFans made that rule change where to like the payments, and I think like how much they could get. They made some crazy changes, and it was all because of one woman that wrote up on that platform. It was crazy. Like during that time, you had women trying to flock to a whole bunch of other platforms. You had other platforms that were trying to compete with OnlyFans, basically, trying to do it was some crazy stuff. It was some crazy stuff. Um, let me see. That depends on the species. You got some animals that can sit up there and live over 100 years. So that, like I said, that depends on the species. The reason, like, just to be real, the reason that certain stuff I feel has a short longevity, a short lifespan, is because we've been sitting up there killing them. Sharks don't get cancer, so in they're in the water. Sharks can pretty much live for a very, 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 very long time and grow to a very large size. Alligators are roughly the exact same way. I think, how old are parrots? I think parrots can live past like 100 years. So it's like you got a variety of things. Do jellyfish even age? I forgot. It's a lot. It's a multitude of different species out here that would far outlive the single lifespan of a human being, and that also mate for life. So I'm just saying. Just saying. Um, Supporting words because a lot of people should not reproduce. I just told people that it's a lot of people that just don't need to be parents, because I'm looking at the actions of a lot of adults. Like if you got reckless behavior, if you can't even manage yourself as an adult, there's no way in hell that you're going to be able to manage a child. Like just be childless. Just to be real, just be childless. Like I didn't seen too many examples and done too many stories of people who had a multitude of kids and they should not have had any kids at all. But like I said, my body, my choice. My body, my choice. I done did a story on a woman that sat up there and took the lives of 3 of her kids. My body, my choice, though, right? She brought the kids into this world. She can take them out. The kids didn't have a choice over their body, but she did because she has ownerships and rights over those children. So she had the right to take those children's life. Uh, that depends. That depends on the humans that you're talking about. Because if that was the case, then we would not have a large amount of homeless and abandoned children. You're old enough to remember women dropping off babies at churches, fire departments, police departments, other people's doorsteps. Some of them would leave them at the mall after giving birth in like the bathroom. You should remember a lot of those stories because those were stories that were continuously happening. And I know for a fact that you're old enough to have remembered some of those stories. But remember, my body, my choice, though, right? She decided to use her body to have all of the sexual pleasures in the world. And then her choice was to basically abandon the child and leave the responsibility to somebody else and continue on with her life. My body, my choice. And like I said before, nobody really, a lot of these people talking about abortion and my body, my choice, they only care about the life of the child when it's inside of the woman. When it comes to the child being alive and well, let's look at society. Society and the world don't care about children. If they actually did, then we wouldn't be sending 18-year-olds to war. You're going to send 18 and 17-year-olds to war, high school students. You're going to send them to war. And then after they get back with blown off limbs or they can't think straight, they got PTSD, they got all these elements. They inhaled like experimental chemicals of what they were laying waste on the field. After they come back and they're basically 19, you're still telling them, oh, you can't smoke and drink. You're old enough to sacrifice your life for this country, but when you come back, you're still not old enough to smoke and drink. Excuse me. Like I said, adults don't care. The world doesn't care. The world raises soldiers to sacrifice into war over greed and all this other type of shit. Like I said, the only time people actually care about a child's life is when it's inside of a woman. The moment in time that you remove the woman and you remove the child from the woman and put them in the real world, the world is like, all right, you got this. You're on your own. Oh, you know how to walk. You know how to speak. Oh, you on your own. You got this. You got this. Handle yourself. Handle yourself. That's crazy. Like I said, I done too many stories dealing with adults abandoning kids, taking the lives of kids. What's the use of having a child if you're just going to end up taking a life? That doesn't make any sense. That literally doesn't make any sense. But like I said, my body, my choice. Parents got those rights because children don't have rights, right? That's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, it's some amazing things dealing with with different species. Amazing different things when you happen to sit up there and look some stuff up. Same thing directly with like animals and whales and different stuff. Some of these things have very great, they live a very long time. But that doesn't seem to happen due to the fact of who humans want to come in and decide to kill every single thing. Better yet, it's Europeans. The main ones that will literally touch something and make it go extinct. It is basically death and pestilence itself. Everybody else doesn't really do that. Case in point, like I told y'all before, the American government set up there and slew 1.3, it should be 1.2 or 1.3 million buffalo. Buffalo pretty much extinct. Pretty much extinct. All because the Europeans came over here and they wanted to have control over what it is that the native people were sitting up there doing. And they figured out, oh, this is your only food source. We're going to devise a plan. We already hit you with smallpox. So we already got that bioterrorism thing already under wraps. So now we're going to sit up there and go after your main food source. And then after we go after your food source, we're then going to sit up there and go after the men first and then go after the women. And then once we do all of that, we're going to turn your carcasses into bags, into Bible backs. We're going to turn you into rugs. We're going to turn you into lampshades. We're going to turn you into earrings. And then after we sit up there and do that, we're going to claim your indigenous title for ourselves and make ourselves the indigenous people, further eradicating you and erasing you, and then pretty much taking over your land and making all of the money that we want to make off of the land and off of all of your beautiful stories in history. Let me see. Well, I'm not exactly sure where you got that one from, sir. Give me a quick second. Hold on. I gotta kind of look at you a little bit strange right there. Good sir. I'm not exactly what is this one called? IGJ. Damn, it don't show up like that. That's crazy. All right. Anyways, we're gonna go back here. We're gonna do it like this. Let me see. Where is this picture at? Where is it at? Cause it's like, yeah, that comment is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy right there. Where's this at? Let me see. No, I ain't trying to edit that. Let me see. Where's the I gotta go to this. What? Wow, this don't want to show up. That's crazy. That's crazy. I can't sit up there and put it up there. That's whatever. But the main image that I am gonna go back and go to is the stuff that I did recently. Because like I'm, I get highly confused, when I start seeing people leave comments like that. I'm like, you must have had some very terrible experiences, of let's just go to this one right here. I gotta really get rid of this image down there. All right, let's go to this image right here. This is back from like 2017, from blackdemographics.com and from the numbers that they had, right? And this is not that far ago, right? So you got 85% of black men married a black wife, and then you have 93% of black women who married and have a black husband. So I'm a little bit confused on your comment when you say that black women have left us black men. Maybe they left you, because I'm looking at numbers here. I'm not looking at feelings. I'm not looking at bad experiences. I'm not trying to sum up what you selectively chose to date. This is the same thing I sat up there and told women, like, yo, my guy, I'm going to basically, by looking at your comment, I pretty much feel that you're a dude. So my guy, I need you to actually be responsible for the fucked up women that you decided to sleep with, and you got used by. Because let me explain it to you, man to man, at this moment in time. I done made fucked up choices in my life because I wanted to see, what it is that I wanted to see, right? Or I was given an image that was, pretty much false. Either which way it basically, went, I was a part of the reason why I was sitting up there dating or seeing that other person. So I am also at fault for the reason that I was treated a certain type of way. Because at any point in time, I could have pretty much got out of the relationship or what directly it was. But obviously, I didn't. I sat up there and stayed for whatever stint of time that it was. And I ended up, going through the things that I sat up there and went through. I can't sit up there as a man, sit up there and be like, yo, black women don't sit up there and love me no more. They not really looking for black men. It is what it is. Let me sit up there and go somewhere else. If you just have a preference and you want to go to Brazil and there have Afro Latinas and all the other type of stuff, they're still black, women. They're just black women from a whole different continent. If you want to sit up there and do that, go ahead and go do that. But don't sit up there and basically state that the reason that you're going to over here is because, blame black women. That shit don't make any sense. I tell black women that shit the exact same way. That shit don't make sense. If you got a preference, if you have somebody that you specifically want to date or that you specifically want to be with, just go do that. Just go do that. Nobody's really searching to see like what it is that you're doing, what it is that you're dating. Like stating stuff like this just basically means you're looking for attention, which I just clearly gave to you. But it looks crazy coming from a man. That looks 100% crazy. You're a man at the end of the day. Man up. Like you're supposed to be just out here doing whatever it is that you're going to sit up there and do. Like you sitting up here like leaving comments, letting people know, letting the world know what it is that the fuck that you're going to do. The world realistically doesn't care. You want the world to care, so this is why you said what you said. Like, yo, you looking crazy out here. You're looking crazy out here. Like I said, there's numbers up here. There's numbers up here. You can go to blackdemographics.com and they'll sit up there and have this exact same thing directly up there, taken directly from 2017. We are not that far from 2017. Like I said before, like, yo, that's crazy. That is crazy. Like I said, this is when I start looking at black people crazy. This is when I start looking at black people crazy because they start saying some crazy ass shit. Like, dog, if you're going to go sit up there and do something, go do it. You're a man at the end of the day. Go spend your money. This is what I sit up there and tell you. If you want to go to Brazil, you better make sure you do as much research as possible because I done some stories. So just like I done told black women, if you think it's going to be all sweet going somewhere else, you're going to find out how sweet it is. And don't sit up there and come back crying to black people when some shit end up going wrong or some shit end up hitting the fan. Like I said, you better go, you saying all this, you better make sure you sit up there and go do that research. They got a ton of YouTube videos and documentaries. You got brothers that have gone over there and they can sit up there and tell you a multitude of different experiences and the things they've sat up there and seen. So you better go watch those videos. Better go watch those videos, man. Hold on, let me go back to the other pair because I had it both in a pairing of a picture, but for whatever reason, it's not showing up exactly how I set up there and had it. So let me just sit up there and fix it, right? Let me just do this, right? And then let me go back. And then let me roll through here real quick. Got to go through a ton of images here. Is that it? Bam. And I got to put this right there. Okay. So here we are with these numbers right here, right? This is from the exact same website. Anybody can go there and look up the information directly for themselves if they would choose to do so. So like I said, I'm not going to sit up there and pay attention to a minority in a sense of black people that are doing this and basically state that, oh, all black people are sitting up there dating out. All black women are dating out. All black men are sitting up there dating out. If you want to focus on the women that you can't obtain, so be it. Go ahead and do it. Do the same exact thing I've seen black women do with black male celebrities and black basketball players. Oh, look at all these black men in basketball and football. They're always sitting up there marrying white women. And the way that I sit up there and explain this is very simple. Black people are very talented, right? So you have a lot of athleticism. So when that is noticed by coaches or whoever who scouts or whatever it is, they'll sit up there and send some people and let them know, like, yo, we've been eyeing you for a minute. We like what it is that you could do. You should come holler at us and come, to our school and see if we got some stuff that you like. And, we might have some incentives and different things of that nature. Or if the kid is an all-star, you got 24 or whatever, different colleges trying to sit up there and get at this kid. And 9 times out of 10, all of these colleges are pretty much white and predominantly white population-wise. So then when you sit up there and take this black kid who is from the hood or from a black area, and then you insert him into a white area, brand new surroundings, so he's not around his people anymore. So the interactions and everything that he deals with is vastly different. And then because of that, he's not directly, alert to everything. He's more relaxed because he's around a different group of people. He doesn't have to act or be the exact same way as he would normally be. And then on top of that, when he's at that school, 9 times out of 10, a Sarah, a Becky, a Jan is going to be the first ones to sit up there and introduce themselves and ask him his name. What is he doing here? What is he, going to school for, and different stuff of that nature. So just off of a lot of those things, black parents are the main reasons that you see a lot of their kids going out here and dating outside, because black parents are the ones that are introducing their children to a whole nother ecosystem and allowing that ecosystem to basically indoctrinate and basically raise their child for the rest of that time period, right? Cultivating them into this all-star. So then once he gets out of college, Sarah Jana, whoever it was, she was with him when he first got here. So he remembers that. Nobody else is really sitting up there looking at him because there's nobody else there. So when that sits up there and happens, and then later on he gets a contract and he's like, yo, I'm about to sit up there and get engaged to my girl or whatever it was. Now people want to sit back and be mad. You want to sit up there and be mad at him, but you don't want to be mad at the choices that were made that led him to go to that white college. Well, we got black colleges here where we got like Morehouse and Spelman and different stuff like that, where if you put your child there, chances are very great that they would find a black man or a black woman to sit up there and get together with and create generational wealth and also get married to and create a black household. Like I said, it's baffling and crazy how that basically, tends to work out. And then how you have some of the black women out here wanting to get at the children for their selective choices. When children are, in a sense, going to go for the path of least resistance. They're going to go for the path where they're the utmost accepted. Let's be real for 1 minute here. When it comes to kids in a black community, for example, I have floods, right? AKA the Steve Urkels. I dressed a certain type of way. I didn't dress like everybody else. I didn't have like the newest and like the freshest like gear, whatever it is. I had none of that. So even though I was amongst a lot of black girls there, all those black girls were not necessarily looking at me. Any relationship that I have ever been in with a black girl during that time and or a black woman, it has been solely due to the fact that I chased, that I sought after them, that I went after them. They didn't sit up there and directly come towards me. That's not how that worked. They didn't come and like, yo, hey, this is my name, whatever, da-da-da, da-da-da. No, that's not how that sat up there and went. I was always the one that saw them and I'm like, all right, let me see what I can sit up there and do. I took a lot of L's. That is what it is being a guy. But the difference comes in when you're in a whole different environment and then you have women that will come up to you introducing themselves. That takes a lot of men back. Some dudes are like, no, I don't even like this. Like, nah, you good. Other dudes like, yo, this is interesting. Like where this come from? Like, this is what y'all like. Y'all just I've never seen this. So because it's something like vastly different, now it's intriguing. Now it's like, all right, I want to sit up there and know more. Like I've never seen this before. Like a woman actually coming up. Like, I'm used to sitting up here chasing. Path of least resistance. Path of least resistance. Like I said, like yo, it's the craziest thing when it deals with like some of the stuff. It is the craziest thing. Like it's ridiculous. Wait, don't go. Wait, what happened? Let me see. Damn, I was going to change that. Timothy said the vesting wants to build the numbers. Don't let the minorities scream the loudest. No. This is why I sit up there and do number videos, because I would have a lot of them show up here because they would get angry about the videos that I would do when it deals with them and their counterpart. Right. Case in point, let me see if I can actually get this photo directly up here. Like I said, I be seeing a whole bunch of foolishness on social media. This is why I sit up there and say the things that I state. Like this one right here, right? This is basically a divester basically stating this. She basically stated black women need to stop listening to, I guess, these kings, right? Or kangs, as some of them like to say. They're only putting you down so that you'll lower your standards to date them. I've been a subscriber of this individual's channel for years. There are more channels for men from other races who publicly show their admiration and respect for black women. Pay attention. Now, what I decided to do is put together the findings that were directly up there for me to basically pick and see. So you see this alabaster man and his disheveled look. The bottom part of the video basically says that I got addicted to sleeping meds and it woke me the F up. And I found some other stuff where this person has other issues and has been going through, other, types of things that, they have to, have been through or are working through different things of that nature. And then on the right side of that, it says this in the upper corner: 11 sensual things black women do that white guys love, right? And then below that video, what does it say? Race play tips for interracial dating. Let's sit up there and see. Let me blow this up so I can see what it says properly, right? Race play. It says what works, what doesn't work, and where to draw the line. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? But yet people get mad at me when I sit up there and showcase this type of information, when I put these things directly up there. Like I said, I don't have to lie about any of the things that I'm sitting up there stating. This is why I sit up there and bring proof directly to y'all. Like I told people before, if you have a preference in the types of men or women that you like, no problem. No problem at all. The only thing I'm going to sit up and do as a black man is basically show you guys what the potentiality is and what the outcomes have been for the folks directly out there. Right? Because some people don't want to hear words. They're like, yo, I need proof. I need to sit up there and see stuff. But then when you give them the stuff to see, they're like, well, that was that person, rest their soul and all, but that was that person and I'm different. I'm not going to go through that. So like I said, it is what it is. It is what it is at the end of the day. Like, like I said, you can't sit up there and save, and you can't, directly help everybody. What was that other girl that I had directly up here where it was looking crazy? Let me see, where was it? I'm trying to find it real quick. Like I said, my main thing is I'm putting warnings directly, up here. That's it. You can do whatever it is that you want to sit up here and do. At the end of the day. At the end of the day. Like that, that is whatever it is. Let me see, where is, oh yeah, I gotta post that too. That's can't sit up there and post that one as is right now. That's not gonna work. Let me see, where, give me a quick second. It's gonna take me. I got a lot of stuff back here. What is this? No, that ain't it. That was Johnny Depp. That was this. Oh yeah, case in point, this was one of the main things, and this is what I tried to sit up there and tell. This is the sorriest thing, right? When it comes to a lot of these divestors, real quick, this is how they're basically affecting these young women out here, these young black women. This person stated, surprisingly, I don't have much negative experiences with black men that shaped the type of mentality that I have now. It was really social media that opened my eyes about them. I'm sorry, sis, but I think you're the one that may need some help. So, this black woman here, as she basically stated, does not really have a interaction, a negative experience. But yet, when it comes to loathing or disliking black men, she learned this by way of the different echo chambers that are directly out here on social media by way of black women. And all the time I sit up there and oh well, the reason that black women don't have an issue with black men, it's just solely because of black men. Nah, a lot of y'all scorned jaded old women are sitting up here opening y'all mouths and talking about experience that you selectively had, that you selectively chose to be in. You chose to be with bums. So because you got scarred by a bum, you want to sit up here and scar these young girls, and you want to scare them from sitting up there being with a black man and wanting to have a black husband. That's craziness. Just because you couldn't find the right one. Like I told women before, for any of the divestors that might be in the back, because magically we got 41 people in here. If you are one of these people, if you are a fucked up black woman and you've been in fucked up relationships with fucked up guys, sweetheart, it's you. A guy will tell you that he's fucked up. A guy will show that in his actions and by his words, and also by both. If you decide to not pay attention to any of those red flags, sweetheart, that's on you. If you decide as a fucked up woman to sleep with a fucked up guy and get pregnant by this fucked up guy, and you are surprised, yo, why isn't this guy, why doesn't he want to be a father? Why isn't he here, helping me out? Sweetheart, it's you. It's you. Like I said, y'all the ones out here giving all of this negative energy and information to these young girls who've never even had experiences. And this is what y'all sitting up there doing. But then y'all want to turn around and just blame black men. No, sweetheart, it's you. It's you. You are patient zero. You're the reason why a lot of this shit is sitting up there spread. I've had negative experiences with women in my life, with black women in my life. I've seen other black men go through it. I myself have sat up there and been through it, or I've been around it. But I'm not going to sit up here and basically state, yo, black men, y'all, man, forget black women. Don't sit up there and go near them. Go near everybody else. Everybody else will sit up there and treat you better than black women. What? The first woman that ever sat up there and showed me love and treated me well was my mother. That's a black woman. So how the fuck do I look sitting up there trying to tell black dudes to go everywhere else when I don't have experience with all of those other women or those cultures, nor do I know how they see or talk about black men? This is the shit that I be sitting up there talking about with a lot of these people that's just fucked up. A lot of y'all motherfuckers don't just need to be in relationships. Y'all need to sit the fuck down and stop sitting up there fucking around. I have to say it as blatant or as straightforward as possible, because y'all stupid. Y'all ignorant and y'all stupid. And this is a clear cut why I sat up there and said a lot of y'all motherfuckers don't need to have kids. Because all you're going to sit up there and do is make the kids into you. Why would you, as a broken woman, a jaded woman, a hurt woman, why would you want to inflict that pain onto a clean slate that never suffered any of that harm? Why the fuck would you want to do that? But you say that you care about black women. Always want to talk about, oh, black femicide and all this other type of stuff. Black men are sitting up there taking our lives every 6 hours, every 5 hours, every 4 hours. The funniest thing, like I told somebody in the comment section before, for all of those black women that say that they care about black female lives, you're only talking about the lives of women, young women, and little girls. But yet you don't say nothing when it comes to little black boys. You don't say nothing about the mothers who sit up there and allow older and grown women to go after your 7-year-old or your 12-year-old son. You don't say nothing about that. You don't say nothing about the black women who sit up there and take the lives of their black sons. You don't say nothing about the black women who sit up there and allow several black guys to come in and out of the house around that small little boy, who are sitting up there touching on him and molesting him. And then you wonder why later on in life he ends up different. Like I said, y'all characters out here. This is why I can't take a lot of this shit serious, because there's too many clowns out here. It's nothing but a circus. It's nothing but a circus. Like I said, that's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. Like, Lord. Somebody made a comment on another forum that I was lurking on. Black women runs the black man away so that they can ruin the child's life, ruin the man's life. Like I said, and this is why I sit up there and state the things that I state. Too many times I've heard women sit up there and say, it's the black man's fault, 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 the black man's fault. Magically, when it comes to taking care of a child that's his or not his, it should be equal. When it comes to fixing problems in the community, everything's the black man's fault. So even if black women make fucked up decisions and the guys that they select, it's those fucked up men's fault. How the fuck does that make sense? The math is not mathing. So you mean to tell me you're logical, you're consenting, and you're conscious, and you selectively choose to sleep with a Pookie and a Ray Ray, a gangbanger or a drug dealer, or a guy that's in and out of prison, a guy that has no prospects, a guy that has no education, no diploma, no college, no trade. He's not stable financially, doesn't even have his own home, probably couch surfing with other people or living at home with his mom. He don't have no type of credit, doesn't even have a bank account. And you decide to get pregnant by this motherfucker right here. And then you want to turn around and get mad at all black men because you fucked up and you fell on his dick and got pregnant. And now he abandoned you and a child. And it's every single black man's fault? You played yourself. You played yourself. You played yourself. You played yourself. Like I said, a lot of men can sit up there and be honest and state that, yo, I was a fucked up dude in a relationship. I caused reluctantly, you'll have guys like, you know what? I was a part of the reason that it fell apart. I was a part of the reason that, you know, it didn't work out. If maybe I wasn't so messed up during that time, you know, maybe I could have treated her better, different shit. Guys can sit up there and actually be honest and state that. I've sat in those conversations. I've watched these conversations. But you're not going to really have women sit up there and sit in conversations and say, yeah, I was wrong. They'll be like, no, that nigga was wrong. He did me wrong. He did this. He did that. That black man over there. That black man over there. That black man over there. It's all the finger pointing. Everything away from the woman. She has no responsibility. No, nothing. Everything is that black man's fault. The reason why the relationship is fucked up. The reason why he's not in the child's life and all this other type of shit. Crazy type shit, dog. Craziness. Like I said, that's why I sat up there and told y'all, instead of me talking so much, right, spending all of that time and energy and wasting that, I'm going to sit up there and just show proof of the shit that I'm sitting up there talking about. That's what I'm going to sit up there and do. I'm going to show proof of what it is that I'm talking about. And a lot of people still try to deflect and be like, well, man, we don't really know if these are black women. You know, these could be, you know, counterfeits. You know, these could be like white people behind the screens, you know, with black faces. All right, dog. If you want to believe that everything is like a conspiracy and all of that, and you're talking to a conspiracy theorist, go right ahead. But I know from experience that the representations that you have out here are actually real. So whatever examples I put up here, you have people out here doing these things, saying these things. If you don't believe me, you can go look on YouTube yourself and listen to black women sit up there and tell black women how to get a white man. I literally sat there and watched a black woman sit up there and tell black women this very thing, right? And this is the main thing that a lot of black women get mad at, right? Whenever black men say it, she literally told black women, she was like, "Yo, if you want to sit up there and get a white man and keep him, all of the negative energy, all of that rah rah rah, all of that loud mouth, all of that bravado, all of that trying to be dominant, you got to kill that. In order to get and keep that white man, you have to be as submissive as possible to be his woman." So you mean to tell me what she is saying is that black women have to switch it up in order to get the things that they want in life? They have to submit, which a lot of women state that submission is basically slavery. But yet, in order for a black woman to get a white man, she can't act the same way that she acts with Pookie and Ray Ray. She has to sit up there and actually elevate herself to a point where she can match the same energy as a white woman. Pay attention. So this is why when you watch a lot of those videos where the black women are all happy, they're all giddy and all, that's what it is. They have to sit up there and put that on. They have to make that a reality so that they can keep the man that they were seeking, the man that they want to be with. Don't sit up here and get it. Like I said, I watched too many videos of black women explaining how to do all of these things. So I'm talking from the information that I've gotten from black women, not somebody in blackface or anything like this, actual black women in America. But yet, when I list a lot of these things, you got people want to sit up there and say that I'm a liar. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm like, yo, Google is your friend. You can do anything that you want to. You can look it up. It's in a book, Reading Rainbow. you can do anything you want to do. Like I said, I'm going by numbers. I'm going by this 2017 chart where it's talking about black men and black women. And from the numbers that they basically calculated and had, that you have 85% of black men during the standpoint of 2017 with their numbers have a black wife. And with the same numbers, you have 93% of black women who have a black husband. And then to the side, you have the minority who are basically marrying out. That's the main problem. You got dudes like Denzel Washington. You got what is it, Steph Curry. You got LeBron James. You got a lot of black male celebrities that are married to black women, but that's not what they want to pay attention to. They want to pay attention to the other guys that obviously have a preference that's not looking for them. The same women that's paying attention to those guys are not even realistically interested in those black men. They're just paying attention to them just because they're with that white woman or whoever it is. And then they want to sit up there and start talking slick. Like I said, it's crazy. It's crazy. Kane said, if you see a black woman admitting that she caused her relationships to fail, you better get it on video. Yeah, because ain't nobody going to believe it. Ain't nobody going to believe it. Like, it's crazy out here in these streets. I'm actually trying to sit up there and find like this one video clip. I cannot seem, to actually find it. Where would I put it on? Oh, okay. I would actually have to, let me see, open that. And let me see. There was actually another picture I could have put up as well. Let's see, it's toxic femininity. Let me see, where was the other video? Okay, so I got that. So where's the actual video for this? Where's the video at? I'm a little bit confused. Let me see something here. Hold on. Let Let me see if this will actually sit up there. And let me take that down. Gotta just give me a quick second here, guys. Sitting up here trying to get this video. Damn, that screen is bright. Oh, that's a gift. How? What? Hold on, let me see something. I'm really trying to find this this what's the name here? This is crazy. Oh, matter of fact, hold on. I got a good one for you. I got a good one. I got you. Hold on. Because since we're talking about some nonsense here, let me play this video real quick. I'm glad I ran past this. Let me play this.
Pull up and catch him with his ex. And begs for her right in front of your face.
You done fucked me up. You done fucked me up mentally. You doing the same shit. This is the left part shit. This is cursing.
This some Lifetime movie shit.
Yeah, I wanted to do a record. Record that shit because I wanted to be with her.
Okay.
What are you fucking pleasing me for?
Story time coming soon.
This is not a relationship with somebody else. We have not been shit for a month.
Really?
Look at what you got yourself into. You ain't want to be shit for the past month. Yo, go.
Being with someone day in and
So that looks pretty interesting there. Wait, was the video even able to play? Did y'all even see that? I don't even think y'all saw that. Damn. That's cold-blooded. Hold on. Let me hold on, I messed that up. Oh boy. I got too many what's the names up here. Let me get rid of some of these pictures. Hold on. Gotta get some of these pictures out of here. Remove. That's crazy. I set up there. I thought I had that directly up there. That's crazy. Remove that. All right, let me go to window. Let me just upload that. This is the correct. Y'all couldn't see it, so let me replay it again.
being with someone day in Andorra, and you pull up and catch him with his ex. And begs for her right in front of your face.
You done fucked me up. You done fucked me up mentally. You doing the same shit. This is the left part shit. This is cursing.
This some Lifetime movie shit.
Yeah, I wanted to do a record. Record that shit because I wanted to be with her.
Okay.
What are you fucking pleasing me for?
Story time coming soon.
This is not a relationship with somebody else. We have not been shit for a month.
Really?
Look at what you got yourself into. You ain't want to be shit for the past month. Yo, go.
Let me just go back to that face photo right there. So she was clearly seeing this guy, this gentleman, right? Preference. She was clearly seeing this guy, and I guess the actual girlfriend or whatever it was decided to come over or whatever it was, and she spotted them two together. And he's trying to basically backtrack and basically let the original girl know, like, yo, I'm not actually with her. Like, we're not even in a relationship. It ain't even really what you think it is. Like, I want to be with you. This is a black woman. This is a black woman here. And he's literally saying in front of her to a white woman, I wasn't trying to be with you. I was just, with you to have fun. This is the one that I really wanted to be with. Record that shit. But people think that I'm hating and that I'm wrong when I say the stuff that I say. That you got black women out here thinking that they getting loved and admiration, when really it's those types of men that are fetishizing them, that are looking at them as a sexual object, that are looking at them as like a novelty for the point in time right now, something to just have fun with. And she learned that lesson. But you heard her. She was like, oh, this is some Lifetime stuff, trying to look all cute and stuff on the phone like she ain't hurt. It was like, oh, I'm about to fuck up all this shit up in here. For what? For what are you fighting over? You lost. Take the L. Walk off. He wants to be with that white girl. He don't want to be with you. Black woman, he don't want to be with you. So what you about to sit up there and fight over? The woman in the video, from what it seems, she wasn't being disrespectful to her. So what you fighting over? What you fighting over? So what, you going to fight over somebody who don't want you and don't want to be with you, and he clearly told you that? This is the one thing that somebody sat up there and said. I think it was Judge Toller. She sat up there and stated to a woman that she was taught that you should never make a man state that he don't want you. Repeatedly. He shouldn't have to state that. The moment of time a guy basically states that, that's it. Because he meant what he said. So he flat out told her, I don't want to be with you. Record that, get that shit on camera, and get up out of here because I'm trying to fix my real relationship. You was never that. But yet, divestors don't want to talk about these stories. They don't want to bring this up. They don't want to bring this up. Like, she's looking foolish out here. She's looking straight foolish. Like, yo, this is looking ridiculous. Let me see. Yeah. Yep. Let me see. Let me see what we got. But yeah, it's like, it's crazy. Like that's 100% like ridiculous. That's 100% ridiculous. Like that just shouldn't be the case. Like I said, this is like mass foolishness. Like I said, I would be so outdone if I was this woman's father. I wouldn't, like, yo, I'll be done. I'm like, there's no reason for you to talk to me. I'm like, you looking like a straight fool out here. It's like, whatever, fine, cool, you got a preference. But for you to be looking like as foolish as you are, doing this type of nonsense, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like that is some straight foolishness. Straight foolishness. And then on top of that, let me go to another one where I didn't sit up there and list this one yet. Wait, where can I put this? Let me see. Go to images, browse. I gotta scroll all the way down. Let me see. Where is... Okay, that's the little dog. Right. Like I said, let me see. Which one do I want to put up here? Did I put this one up here before? I'm trying to find this picture for y'all real quick. Let me see. Yeah, I'll put this one up there. Like this one, right here. Right. Oh, I actually cut off the what's name? That was my bad. Meant to do that. Like these images right here. In every single image, you basically see what the guy is looking at and how they're basically looking at these women and basically treating them. The guy in like the shopping cart at the lower bottom, he's not looking at like, yo, this black woman is very beautiful. I want to know more about. He's looking directly at her butt. The other one up top, he's just sitting up there showing off that he has multiple women at his age. that he's basically a pimp, right? And then you got Rihanna, right? You see the young black girl that's sitting in the white. She's looking directly at Rihanna's face because she admires, she adores, she respects Rihanna. She's looking at her face. You see what the guy behind is sitting up there looking at Rihanna, right? Then you see the one lower where the black woman has like the shoulder tattoo. You see her at the beach with her hair, and she's sitting up there drinking water. And you zoom in, and you basically see a white dude with his family. You see kids and family right there, and he's sitting up there looking at her, whole wife and kids looking at her, and it's not in a positive light. Not in a positive light. He's willing to basically risk it all just to get some of her. And then you got the other picture to the right where it says, "Hi, Joe, this is Bob. I don't want to be racist anymore." But like I said, when you try to tell people that they're being looked at as like as objects and all these other types of things, people want to sit up there and be a certain type of way, right? Or people don't want to talk about stuff like this, right? Let me see if I can bring this down right there. Which one is this? Don't want to talk about this one right here. Just pay attention to the picture. Look at what all you see in that picture right there. Take it in. Breathe it in. Inhale it. Embrace it. Right? That's the new dream right there. So you got this one dude who basically impregnated all of these women. Do you think he's married to all of these women, or are these women technically single mothers? Just saying. I'm just wondering. Somebody can enlighten me. Maybe I'm incorrect. Maybe I'm incorrect. Maybe I'm incorrect. But it seems to me that a lot of those women would basically fall into the category of single mothers. That's crazy. That's 100% crazy. And you see all of them clearly smiling in the photos as if this is like something to be happy about. That's crazy. That is crazy. This is man, this is 100% ridiculous. Like I said before, you got people out here that want to get mad at the things that I bring up and that I say. Craziness. I'm really trying to find this other video here, and it's like I cannot seem to actually find it. It is completely insane right now. It's a little bit interesting because I know for a fact I have the video. Let me see this. This is insane right now. Very, very, very interesting. Let me see, right? Take that out, right? So where is the other one here? That's about the population. Can't put that one on. That had to be like really edited. Can't do that. Cannot do that. Or I don't think that'll go, will it? Let me see, where is. All right, get rid of that one. I gotta get rid of a lot of stuff on the screen. Sitting up here flooding this with like too much stuff. Remove. The GIF won't even play. That's crazy. Oh, because it's a picture. That's right. Remove. We're gonna remove that one. Then we're gonna remove that one. I might actually have to go back and actually download it. It's ridiculous. Let me see. Because for whatever reason, it is actually not here. I'm trying to figure out, did I do the video? And I can't put this one up either? Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Hold on. Hmm. Hmm. Wait, what is it? Kane said, why is it nobody brings up Serena Williams when talking about interracial relationships? Did I bring that up before? I think I might have brought it up in a earlier in like some videos like further back or whatever. You know, like I said, and that was another woman I had a crush on, Serena. And let me tell you, Serena was out here. Serena was out here. Let me tell you. But like I said, it is what it is. What was I'm trying? Let me see. Hold on. It's crazy when you can't sit up here and find the stuff that you're looking for. Oh, did I post this one? Oh, and that was the other thing I sat up there and posted as well. Let me put that up there. Let me just go back to the top. Let me just do that one. Where did you go? Dun, 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 dun. Cruise ship. Where did OBS basically go? Right here. Yeah, I sat up there and put this directly up there on the front because people always want to, talk about, single mothers and all this other type of stuff. I kept telling people the first time I ever heard about a single father was all of those old guys, back in like the West, where he'll be married to Sarah and have like little John and Timmy, and he would just come out one day and be like, "Yo, Sarah, I don't know what it is, but the West is calling. I gotta go on a journey. I'll try to bring something back. I'll send you guys some letters, but the West is calling. You guys take care." And he'll go to his son, Jim. Take care of your younger brother. You're the man of the house now. I'm off to take a journey. See what the West is about. Go conquer. That's it. And he would never write a postcard. He would never come back. Matter of fact, he went out there and started a whole nother family or two directly out there while y'all were up here being raised by a single mother. But people don't want to talk about that though. And then on top of that, nobody you want to talk about, men making single mothers. You got the slave masters making black women single mothers. Nobody want to talk about that though. Maybe that's a little bit too deep. Maybe that's going a little bit too far. Maybe that's going a little bit too far. Just I find it real suspicious. How you got individuals out here that don't want to talk about these things. But they all ready to try to hand out some losses to other people. But it's like, yo, let's go back and look at some history. Let's look at who was really out here making women single mothers. Let's look at that history real quick. It's crazy. Like I said, if people want to sit up there and Google stuff, you can easily Google stuff. Look up those Western stories. Let me know who didn't have fathers back then. It's a shame. Um, and then what was the other one that it's crazy. I'm so mad I can't find this right now. So let's see. Okay, that's dealing with when everything came to a head. Let me see. Where are you located? I think, let me see. When I originally put that up, didn't I have to make that silent? I did. I still can't sit up there and put that video up. Still can't do that one. Let me see. But yeah, like I said, let me know y'all feelings on some of the stuff that I'm talking about. I know I'm just up here talking, but y'all can freely, let your fellas be known about this as I'm sitting up here going directly through some of the stuff here. Do, 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 do. Pay attention. Where in the world? I gotta go back here and try to find. I might actually have to try and download this actually. Which one is this? No, it ain't it. That is not it. What designer? I forgot what that one was. Okay, you got that one right. I really wish I had some music playing, but I don't got that. I used to, but I don't have it on me right now. This is real croquet fingernails, right? Johnny Depp. Okay, this is it right there. Is okay, the sound is on for that. Okay. Let me see, make sure. Crop. Okay, I did.
So, as you may know, LeBron James' son is getting jacked because he likes to play in the snow. And I really wanted to talk about
Okay. Let me just download that. Oh, I didn't do a fade into that? Let me see. Let me make sure the transition is straight. I ain't trying to, have some stuff looking crazy. All right, it looks good. All right. Yeah, I think I forgot to actually do this one. I think I actually forgot, which is crazy. I usually make sure not to forget because I try to, whenever I make stuff, because my mind is usually all over the place, to make sure to basically put, the stuff out there that I want to, directly give to you guys. So my apologies, for stuff not being on time. Much love and appreciation. Much love and appreciation to Brother Sean. Much love and appreciation for the donation there. Them young men were going west. That is bars. That is bars. And then while they were going west, they were still sitting up there trying to act as though that they're the actual cowboys. So all of the Western stories and whatnot, they basically whitewashed it. It's crazy stuff. Like I said, no matter what black people do, no matter where we try to go, some is always going to get stolen and taken or rewritten. Whenever it gets like too great and it gets legendary, it now has to be theirs. Like I said, pay attention to rap. What did BET sit up there and do? They had Jack Harlow up there. They had Jack Harlow up there. Celebrating black excellence. It ain't nothing black about Jack Harlow. Now, if they wanted to do that, they could have had Logic up there. Logic is actually biracial. Logic is black and white. You could have sat up there and did that. But that's not what BET wanted to sit up there and do. Craziness. Craziness. Like, man. Let me see. Oh, there we go. Now we got it. Let me see. Is it downloaded? Yeah, it is. All right. So let me put. How did I play this? Yeah. Okay. Edit player. Right there. Get rid of her foolishness because she's just completely stupid. Do 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 do. All right, so this is the story of a girl. Dun, 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 dun. All right, let me mute that. Not mute. Let me go back to this. All right, so this is the other one that the irony. Well, I'll let y'all basically see it.
So, as you may know, LeBron James' son is getting dragged because he likes to play in the snow. And I really wanted to talk about why I feel like this is really, shedding light on the hypocrisy.
Love a black woman for it.
So as you can clearly see, right? Back when you had some black women out there that wanted to be enraged about LeBron James' son and him going to prom, right? You had this one right here that decided that she wanted to speak and wanted to try to clown him like, oh, he wanted to play in the snow. And then we end up cutting to this fact right here. So you mean to tell me that you want to get on LeBron James' son, but this is you right here, though, right? You want to get on LeBron James' son, but this is you right here, though, right? I could damn near see the blue in his eyes for me. Hey, yo, this is what I'll be talking about. I want to talk about the hypocrisy. This is why I do the videos that I do, because you got too many women like this out here playing themselves when they want to start sitting up here complaining about what it is that other individuals is up here doing. But yet, a lot of the ones complaining are sitting up there doing this. You complaining, but you also dating white men. So you mean to say that it's wrong for a black man to sit up there and date out, but if a black woman wants to sit up there and do it, she obviously has very good and valid reasons for her to sit up there and do it. So don't judge her. So you're going to be mad at one, but not mad at the other. The other one is a downgrade, but the other one is an upgrade. The logic doesn't make sense. The logic literally does not make sense. Like, it's ridiculous. It is 100% ridiculous. Like, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Like I said, for those, this is the question that I be sitting up there thinking to myself. For the black women that are complaining, are you trying to throw your daughters at LeBron James' son? Like, are you trying to see if they're compatible? Are you trying to set them up? The 100% resounding answer is no, they're not. If they have daughters, they're not trying to send them directly on the way to wherever LeBron James' son is on a mission to sit up there and get married. They're not trying to do that. But yet they want to sit back and complain and try to clown the young man on social media. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, that literally doesn't make any type of sense for you to talk about one, but this is exactly what you're doing. And you want to say that somebody's a hypocrite, but look at you. Oh boy, you can't make this stuff up. Cannot make this stuff up at all. At all. Like I said, my whole main thing is, I want greatness for black people. That's it. Black people better start getting some stuff together. Better start getting some stuff together real quick. I just forgot about that. What's the name left out, didn't she? Or did y'all sit up there? Oh, let me showcase another one. Let me showcase another one. Let me do that. Where's this at? Okay. She said therapy is enough. It is not enough. If you make interracial marriage illegal and take my emotional support white boy away from me, it's on immediate sight. No thought, just hands. And people think that I make this stuff up. This is from a woman's TikTok. This is from her TikTok. And this is what she sat up there and stated. Now, I sat up there, I was like trying to figure out what it is that she was talking about. So I looked, I'm like, are they about to overturn interracial like marriage and all this other type of stuff? I didn't see nothing up there that dictated that they were going after any interracial marriages or relationships. But yet, this one is so freaked out that she feels that, oh, yeah, they're going to sit up there and come after my happiness. Man, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Like I said, if you are legitimately happy where you are, stay in that place. Stay in that place. Nothing else should be of concern and nothing else should be bothering you at all. But clear cut, obviously something is. And like I said before, this is the thing that I always try to say. If you're with another human being because they're a human being, because you like them and what it is that they provide and give you, fine, so be it. That's completely cool. Let me reread what she stated. She said, therapy is not enough. If you make interracial marriage illegal and take away my emotional support, white boy, she didn't say that therapy isn't enough. If you take away the man or the person that I love and you take that away from me, it's on site immediately. Notice the words. So she's letting you know that he's white because that's how she's looking at him first. It's not that she's looking at him as a human being or as a man, it's as a white boy. Which means that this is the main reason that she is with him. Because a lot of men out here, other men out here could very easily be emotional support. They can be a shoulder or whatever it is that a woman needs. But she specifically said, don't take my white boy away from me. She didn't say my man. She didn't say my boyfriend. She didn't say my significant other. She didn't say my partner. She didn't say the love of my life. She said, do not take away my white boy. And people wonder why it is that I say the things that I say on this platform. Like I said, Gail was like, get back on them about that my master stuff. Oh, I got you, Gail. Hold on, I got you. Oh. Let me get my good friend out here. Hold on, let me catch this real quick. I got you, Gail. Hold on, hold tight, hold tight. Let me do that real quick. All right, no problem, no problem. Now I don't think I got the whole like master challenge video up here, but I got the other one. Let me see. Now I gotta expand this just so I can see. Let me see. Do.
There's three things I can't stand when someone like comments under one of my posts or comes to my DMs and says to me. I don't like when people refer to me as white chocolate. It's just kind of gross, in my opinion. Also, the second one is when someone calls me spicy white, like, you know. And the worst, the third one, don't ever, ever refer to me as anything dealing with slavery or anything around that time. No, you try to get blocked.
What? Shit, I'm just really trying to.
So pay attention to what he said. Let me play that one more time so people can catch it. Right, this is a white man basically telling you what it is that you got black women out here that are going after him because that's their preference, that's what they like, and this is what they're basically saying to him.
There's three things I can't stand when someone like comments under one of my posts or comes to my DMs and says to me. I don't like when people refer to me as white chocolate. It's just kind of gross, in my opinion. Also, the second one is when someone calls me spicy white, like, you know. And the worst, the third one, don't ever, ever refer to me as anything dealing with slavery or anything around that time. No, you try to get blocked. What?
So I'm pretty sure everybody heard that one. That was a white man basically stating what it is that is allowed and is not allowed, and how it is that it's possible that he needed to actually have a video on social media letting women out here know to stop calling him those things. Last time I checked, I've heard black women sit up there and tell, black guys or whatever it is, don't refer to me as any type of food because I'm not food. I'm not this. I'm not that. I'm not this. I'm not that. Right. And we're supposed to respect that. But then you have these other guys, right, that are in a sense allowed to call black women different types of food and different stuff of this nature. Like I said, when it's dealing with somebody's preference, magically it's completely fine. When it's dealing with somebody that you don't find attractive or deem attractive, or you're not seeking a relationship with, magically it's offensive, it's harassment. I'm not this, I'm not that. Like I said, the craziest part is that he had to come out on social media, on TikTok, to basically state that. That's embarrassing. But like I said, the divestors, they ain't talking about that though. They silent on that though. They ain't trying to bring that up though. Yo, let me see. Let me see. What was the matter of fact? We'll just go through the roughly the whole video. I'll just do that. Hold on, where it go? Where the play part go?
I mean, shit. I'm just really trying to holler at you for real, for real.
Holler at me for what?
You said what?
Holler at me for what?
I mean, you're pretty. You
Oh,
got a nice smile.
oh,
I love your personality.
oh, that's
You know,
cute.
girl, I'm really fucking with right
Oh,
now.
wow.
What I'm interested in, to be honest with you.
Oh, wow, that's cute.
Like, I mean, you gonna give me a chance?
I'm gonna call you back.
You're a Nazi.
Are you a Nazi?
So,
Do I look like a Nazi?
yeah.
Oh, do I think they would accept me into a family like that?
There's too many people on the side. This is not okay.
Yeah, sure.
Notice what she said. Do you think that the people would accept me
Nothing else.
in
Yeah.
if I was a Nazi?
Like, they probably rape me and be like, ew, black woman. She's still got a fat ass, so she's like usable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure.
Exactly how you use me.
So she basically stated that she understood white boys or white men's minds, and the ones that are racist, that they'll probably look at her like, oh, it's a black girl, and and spit on her, and still use her and different things of that nature. When she was saying it, you could see how she was smiling and how she was basically attracted directly to that. And then he said like, right, yeah, exactly. And she was like, yeah, I know. So that's an attractive type thing. That's the turn on, like being degraded. Like, all right, hey, to each their own. No problem, no problem. But you are literally allowing somebody that is going to end up sooner or later calling you the N word, and you're allowing all of this stuff. Like, they mean the stuff that they're actually doing. So all of that slave play, saying all of those names, all that, they mean 100% of the stuff that they're saying. But in her mind, oh no, this is just fun. This is just an act. He don't really mean it. He loves me. He actually cares about me. Well, I'm going to just like skip this. I'm going to go to the next one, which is better.
Yo, what's good, nigga?
Annie, oh my gosh, I love you so much. Oh my gosh, I found you. Yes. Oh my god, this is so amazing. Hey, Kenny, I was trying to find you on Twitter, but your Twitter got deleted.
Yeah, dude.
Oh my gosh, I love you so much, man. I can't believe I found you.
Nubian Quine.
I know, right? I'm such a Nubian queen, man. Oh my gosh, my boyfriend's an oil driller. I'm so happy about it. I love you so much. You don't know how much I'm a big fan. Like, I woke up this morning, going on 4chan. I'm like, I'm just gonna check. And I was like, guess what candy's on? I clicked Omegle. I had to get up. I'm like, oh, so I know you're my trans nigga. I love you, man. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is amazing.
Awesome.
Gil said it can't be real. Oh, but yes, it is. Oh, but yes, it is. This is a guy who does this on like on Twitch or whatever it is, Omegle, whatever. And he basically he's from what I understand, Australian or whatever. And he does this in order to get a rise or reaction directly out of black people. So he's looking for a certain type of reaction. But as you, in a sense, go through the video, you'll see that she's giving him all of this love and this admiration and stuff. And he's just sitting there waiting. He's letting her talk, but that's not what he's looking for because he knows he can get that at any time. His main thing is the main motive, which is to be as offensive as possible and to say the things that he want to state in order to generate those views and different things of that nature. But yet, even though he was in blackface, she was like, "Oh, I love you. You're my transracial nigga," and all this other type of stuff. And then you got the other one. Where that girl at? Do. Because this one was technically like the George Floyd-esque type of thing, which was this one here.
See, she want me to handcuff you and point the gun at the back of your head and yeah, no, it's you like that bit too much.
It's so funny how you really think I'm not turned on by this.
All right.
And you saw how basically that one worked out. He was doing like the George Floyd like S thing because he did it before because in blackface he made like a George Floyd rap, and he was in a sense doing like that in like the similar vein here where he was talking about having a gun on the back of your neck and all that other type of stuff. And she was like, "Oh, that's an actual like turn on. Please continue." He was like, "This is not the reaction I was looking for." Next, like I said, the barrier to entry, this is what I've understood going through social media. The barrier to entry is completely non-existent when it comes to those guys, in a sense, being entertained uh, by black women. No bar at all. It's like church. It's just open 7-Eleven. Come as you are. That's clear cut what it is. That is that's clear cut what it is. And I'm like, yo, to each is their own. But I'm just saying, like, it's funny how the bar is so low for one, but if it's a black guy that's trying to actually get with them, the bar is like so high. It's like, all right, what's your college education? How much are you sitting up here making on your check? How much are you making per year? What is your height? What is your body fat content? What type of houses do you have? What vacations do you have? What is your PTO looking like? What is your vacation time looking like? What does your savings look like? Where are your investments? It's all of these things that you basically need to have in order to basically be with them. But yet the barrier to entry is as basic as fuck. Like they'll be sitting up here entertaining a dude that looks like Bill and Ted. But then they'll sit up there and like turn around and look at like some of the guys back home and call all of them bums and dusty. I'm like, all right. So I guess if you look like Jesus and all of this stuff, it works. That's basically what I've understood. If you look like Jesus, it works, right? Let me see. Shaw said, "Yo, what's up, Shaw? What's happening? What's happening? Um, oh yeah, we got Tia putting in the links in the comment section. So if you would like to, go through to the store, hit that up, or any type of donations at all, we got the links directly there in the corner. Because I can tell you from all the cussing I did that this is not a monetized stream at all. Nah. It is not at all. I can tell you that. Star Brother said, SEIJIHITO, you should buy Philip Scott's book, The 7 Steps to Decolonize the Mind and Passive Aggressive Racism in the System of White Supremacy. It's important to read and understand. Yes, it is. We got quite a bit. Quite a bit. I didn't even know Brother Phil even had a book. It's been a minute since I have been there because I just focused on the stuff that I basically do and whatnot. So I gotta sit up there. I gotta sit up there and look that up. That's pretty interesting there. Thank you for the information, brother. Kane said it's weird how many of the same black women will call a black man color struck. Bars. That is straight bars. And like I said, that's the sorriest part. Like I said, for me, as a black man, I realistically don't even care if they realistically want to, go into these relationships or not. It is what it is. That's cool. You got your preference, you got who you love. It works out. Fine. The moment in time that you want to use your preference though and you negatively come at the black community, that's a problem. That just shouldn't be. Because if for some of the black women out there, if y'all 100% happy with the white guys that y'all with, stay focused on white men. Like there should be all of your conversations should revolve around white guys because that's where you are at this moment in time. But when you go online, that's not what you see. You'll see these black women up there that are interested or that are, with these white guys, but yet they're still talking about black guys, calling them bullet bags and all these other types of things. I'm like, that's crazy. I think I had matter of fact, one of them showed up here on the channel. I forgot what her name is, but she's somewhere in like the in the community post. Because I noticed one of the words because they have like a certain type of lingo. I saw a certain word up there. I'm like, oh, I'm like, you one of those. That's why you look so funny. I'm like, okay, oh, okay, all right. Gonna keep an eye on you. I got you. I got you. I got you. But it's like, you know, like I said, for me, the moment in time that you got, black people just doing whatever it is that they do, it's whatever. Like that's realistically, where I'm at. If you ain't sitting up there saying nothing, I ain't sitting up there saying nothing. It's whatever. And this is the main thing I said up there and told to people before that's into dating interracial. Realistically, black people don't care. Like we're not gonna we notice it, but we ain't gonna sit up there and say nothing and try to be like rude or disgusting or whatever it is. It's like it's whatever it is. We can sit up there and be cordial. We can have conversations, all this other type of stuff. We can sit up and do that, no problem. But it's like just don't start talking reckless at the mouth as if you done made it to Mount Olympus. Like don't do that to yourself because people are going to sit up there and bring you back down to the ground like you need to be Icarus. Like I said before, don't get too brave just because you created wings and you think that you can fly in a little bit of a gust because you ain't gonna be flying too much when it's a tornado or a hurricane or a nice windstorm out there. You ain't gonna be flying straight. So like I said, people gotta just put things into perspective. And the interesting part is I'm trying to figure out how did I get back here when originally this was about, what was I doing? Laura Harvey, Michael B. Jordan, black women basically choosing certain types of guys. And I think it started off with like the cruise ship, I think, if I am correct. Yeah, it did. It did. It did. And then it basically, escalated into like, everything else or it evolved, into something else. Um, he said, please write it down so you won't forget. No, hold on now, now, hold on, hold on. Now this is the thing. Just like what black men sit up there and do in general in the black community, the main thing that I've heard black women state just in general is that black dudes will sit up there and just like date anybody, right? And no matter who they sit up there and pick, even if it is another black woman, that other black woman will sit up there and get judged, and black women will say like a variety of things about that black woman. So the exact same things that they've been sitting up there doing in the black community is the same exact thing that they sit up there and do when they're out. If they're open to dating any type of body shape, any type of body size in the black community, they're going to also do that when it goes to a different community as well. Now you have certain guys that are very specific when it deals with the body types and all the other type of stuff, and they'll have that selection or directly whatever it is. Um, the bar is not. I've never heard a dude sit up there and be like, "Yo, black woman, I need you to have you gotta have like 90, like some Bruce Wayne degrees, You got to have some Wayne inheritance. Um, you got to make sure not to have like zero type of kids, never ever been married. Like a lot of the stipulations that's put on black men, I've not heard black men sit up there and say the exact same thing. Black men will sit up there and date a woman that has nothing. Let me repeat that one more time. Black men will literally date a woman and also marry a woman that has nothing. So I'm just sitting up there saying, guys in general are normally open to dating any type of woman. Case in point, I'll put it to you like this. If you look at some of the TLC shows where you got women that are like what was it, My 1,000 Pound Life or whatever it is, where you got women that are like 600, 700, 800, 900 pounds, they were guys. They're married. They're in relationships. They got kids. Guys are willing to sit up there in general. Guys are willing to date roughly any woman out here. Women are not the same way. I've never seen an obese, overweight dude consistently that's 7, 8, 9, or 1,000 pounds and have a woman there that is taking care of him, that loves him, that is married to him, and they do all the things that people in relationships do. I have seen more overweight and obese women, and I'm talking about morbidly obese. Talking about women that's in like the fives, sixes, like some high numbers. I've seen more of them in consistent relationships and marriages versus men. So it's like it's a clear cut difference. It is a clear cut difference because, like I said before, now to prove your point and the part that you are right on, you will have those guys who are specifically set that'll be like, all right, well, I need you to look this certain type of way, have this certain type of shape, but then the dudes ain't in no type of like shape or workout at all. So then once they're not with a black woman or seeking them, now they're sit up there and go to like a white girl and they're just basically just doing anything. So within that point that you made, you are correct directly on that because I've seen that take place and I'm like, that literally don't make any sense. Like that don't make any sense. Like that parameter is completely dumb. Like you can't, in a sense, you're like, yo, I expect this black woman to be in all types of shape, to look like this and to look like that, and you out here looking homeless. Like, bruh, like what is you doing? Like, yo, hit up a barber. Like, what's happening? Like, hit up like JC Penney, Hot Topic, somebody like hit some like, yo, get your shit together. Like you can't be sitting up there like doing nonsense like that. Like, yo, that's crazy. So, uh let me see. Oh, she was all over Jack Harlow. Well, hey, that's it. Hey, that's she might have found a mark. Let me tell you. Eh, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know, it is what it is. Oh, hold on. Scully highlighted something very interesting there. I can't find the video. Dear Lord, I wish I had it. Or it might have been a tweet. But there was a white guy, and he made a tweet basically telling black women that, yo, it's pretty disgusting when you're with like white guys and you decide that you want to bash or talk negatively or badly about black men. One of their preferences is sitting up here saying like, yo, this is crazy. It don't make no sense. Why are you sitting up here doing this? Just because you're with a white guy, like you feel comfortable enough to do this? Like I said before, when it comes to black men doing it, black women doing it, I have a unique problem with that. A unique problem. Because they already know that if they were, well, I can't speak much for black women, but when it comes to the instances of black dudes sitting up there saying like some sideways stuff like that, those dudes will sit up there and get checked. They will sit up there and get checked. Because like I said, a lot of brothers out here, they got sisters and all this other type of stuff. So they ain't about to sit up there and be dealing with you saying like too much of like anything negative when it comes to black women. Because in the back of their minds, they're thinking about their sisters, they're thinking about their mothers, they're thinking about their aunts, their grandma. They're they're thinking about all of that stuff, and they're like, yo, the shit you saying is like it's offensive. You might want to pull back on that real quick. Like you talking crazy right now. You know. So it's some crazy stuff out here. It's some very very crazy stuff, and listening to videos of like I showcased to y'all before, and some other ones that I didn't put up of black women basically doing those things where you have white people, well, I'm sorry, white men in the audience. I'm like whatever. I'm like, oh, okay, okay, that's I guess that's what you like doing. But the whole thing with like Laura Harvey and Jack Harlow, well, he can handle that. Good luck. Good luck. Like I said, Jack Harlow is hot right now. So I bet she is trying to sit up there and see what's going on. I bet she is. Because that's gonna be the highlight. That's gonna, make her in a sense in the same vein as like Serena in a sense. That's what's gonna sit up there and take place. She's gonna get all, types of like praise and love and all of these other types of things. So it's like, hey, do what you do. You said the way things are, we're about to be more endangered than Native Americans. Oh, nah. Native Americans are barely even a real percentage of the population. We're not that close to it. We're not that close. Then on top of that, you got a lot of black people that don't even want to claim being black. You know, like I said, it's a lot of different things. It's a lot of different things. Sejihito, I say the video you uploaded about black women who 18 years old and left her daughter behind to celebrate with her friends what she was doing. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was a sad story. I try not to even do like a lot of those stories. I read them, but I try not to sit up there and record those because that takes a lot of energy dealing with stories with kids. That takes a lot of energy. Like those some tough stories. Because at the end of the day, like I said before, adults are the ones that's supposed to protect the kids, and to have that not happening and to have people willfully going out there doing it, is pretty ridiculous. The kids don't deserve that. If you want to mistreat yourself and all that stuff as an adult, so be it. You can go do whatever it is that you want to do, but leave the kids directly out of it. Kane said men upgrade women and women want to be upgraded. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, like for me, if I was like a rich dude, I would basically, have the power to enable a woman to, do things, and I can open doors for her that she never even knew existed. Like that's usually how that works with that dynamic of men and women, right? Men are basically the ones with the sources and the materials in order to open doors and all of these, different things that women have never seen and all of this other type of stuff. That's women benefit for that. When it's the reverse, a man doesn't benefit from that. A guy doesn't, benefit from that like at all. It's not really anything that in a sense happens because in a sense, you might have that small minority of guys that'll mooch off of a woman, sure, but the overwhelming majority of guys are like, no, I'm about to, do this, or I'm about to get this on my own steam. Like I'm going to pick myself up, and I'm going to do what I need to do to sit up there and make some money and different things like that. You know, let me see. What else he had? Do. Yo, Jones, you might be right about right. Oh, y'all know who Jack Harlow is? He had that one track that was hot that got remixed called "What's Poppin'." Like I said, I listen to a lot of music. Stuff you can sit up there and like move and nod to and different stuff of that nature. Um, so I know who he is because I saw his wasn't he should have been on like the freshman like cipher when they sat up there and did it. I forgot the class that he was a part of, but it was like, yeah, he's basically the brand new Great White Hope that's on the scene right now, and he's pretty much hot. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Timothy said they're starting to say about 2030 black folks will be endangered or extinct. Oh, that's interesting. Well, we'll see how that basically looks due to the fact that black people are still out here having kids. We'll see how that basically looks. Because black people will be the third when it comes to like the population wise. Because you'll have the Latino population. I'm sorry, Latin population, and then you'll have white, and then you'll have black. Mo was like, "I know Jack Sparrow." Oh man, oh man. Some characters directly out here. Lord have mercy. Let me tell you something. But also, good morning and shout out to any and everybody that is directly in the stream at this moment in time. Much love, respect, and appreciation to all of y'all up in here listening to my rambling and all of this nonsense that I'm, in a sense, re going over. I did replay one of the videos before because I noticed like a lot of names in here that weren't in here yesterday, so I decided to, re go back over that. Yo, Pink, what is happening? What is going on? Gail said black folks let anybody in the door. That's why the club always getting shot up. You see, they're not invited when it comes to country music. Yep. And I did a video on that too. It was this white dude. He was like, yeah, the country music awards. It's for country. It's not for rap or hip hop. I'm down with the music from the Funky Brothers, and this is country music, bro. This isn't Wakanda. And he was going on the whole thing of like, yeah, the black man, this and the black man. I'm like, man, you so corny. This is just like you're trying hard, or maybe you're not trying hard enough. Like Jesus Christ, like a lot of the music genres out here were either influenced or made by way of black people. Like I said, they wouldn't have an Elvis if it wasn't for black people. He wouldn't be sitting up there doing moves and hip twists and talking a certain type of way. Like I said before, you can see where he got a lot of that stuff from. But it is what it is. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, how y'all doing? How y'all doing this morning? I'm sitting up here getting myself together at this moment in time. The shameful part is what's the name didn't stay in here that long. It was probably in here probably about what, like 30, about like 45 to like an hour. What's the name was in here basically running a pie hole and saying all of these other types of things, and yet nowhere to be seen at this moment in time, which is crazy. It's crazy. Tia said we have been in danger since the arrival of the others, like Caucasians and the Mongoloid Reds, equal Native Americans. Pink said getting ready to walk my dog. That must be a small dog. Let me tell you, I want me. The moment in time I happen to hit the lottery or whatever it is, I want me a great massive. That dog is almost like the same size as a human being sitting down. And I'm like, that's the type of dog I want, because when people decide like, oh, I'm about to rob this house, you're gonna sit up there and try to get through the blinds or whatever it is, and you're gonna see a dog sitting right there, almost your height, sitting down. And then you want to proceed to straighten those blinds or that door back up and close it. That's how I look at it. I'm looking for something that can, sit up there and scare something away. Or if I was over there in Africa, I would sit up there and raise like a little female hyena, and she would be my pet. She would be my pet. Like I said, and then she would be highly protective. That's the one thing I liked about Harley Quinn. She had two hyenas. I love hyenas are funny. I think hyenas and foxes actually have like a funny type of laugh, especially foxes. And also, what was the name of the fish? Was it a stingray or was it a manta ray? Manta rays are larger stingrays. I mean, they got large stingrays, but it was a small, I think, a baby like stingray that was like flipped over on a boat, just like random stuff right now. And the dude basically like tickled it, and you saw it smile. It was the weirdest thing, but I'm like, wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Gail was like, that's a huge responsibility. Yeah, that's a big dog. Like I said before, that's that's the to deter anybody thinking that they're gonna get stupid. Like you can sit up there and roll up like, yo, man, I'm about to. What you gonna do if I come into your land? And then you're gonna see my dog start slowly walking over. And I'm like, say what you said again. Matter of fact, let me open the gate for you. The gate is clearly open. You said you want to do what again? And they're gonna look at me and gonna look at the dog. The dog is gonna look at me and gonna look at him, and then he's gonna look at me, and then he's gonna look back at the dog, and then he's gonna walk away. Most said, you gonna be cleaning all that up. Yeah, I mean, if you have a dog, you gotta sit up there and clean it. But also to note, I would have a dog like that, and I would have land because I'm not about to sit up there and keep a big dog like that just like cooped up in the house and different stuff. I'm obviously gonna, for me, plan on having some acres one day, and the dog will be able to freely, roam those acres and have fun and all of that, type of good stuff. Like I said, for me, I like pets. I like cats. I like dogs and different things of that nature. At one point in time, I was like, yo, if I ever got like $200 million, like I'm building a castle and I'm getting a moat and I'm putting like some crocs in there. It's like, you want to either crocs alligator, either was one. We're gonna put some in there. We're gonna have a full fledged moat. It's like, oh, you think you coming across this bridge? Oh, bridge is gonna have a secret breakaway where the person just gets like dunked into the water. I'm like, well, you shouldn't have came here. Oh man. Timothy said hyenas are weird species, their own animals. Yeah, they are, but I like them. They're pretty funny. Um, he said your crazy ass ain't getting a demon dog, so drop it. Uh, oh, I'm not reminding nobody watching the video. Not doing that. Not doing that at all. Timothy said I have a German Shepherd. Now I'm gonna get a King Shepherd next. Oh, well, I didn't know they had like a difference. That's pretty dope. That is pretty dope. Lord have mercy, Gail. Lord have mercy. This is why we can't have nothing nice. This is why we can't have nothing nice out here. Lord have mercy. All right, what we're gonna do here because I am probably going to. I'm not sure. Either I'm going to play like some. Either I'm going to work on some videos because I've been doing this for like 4 hours. This is basically like several. This is technically several videos right now. Let me see. Pink said, I honestly want a Doberman or a Corgi. You want that small? I mean, Corgis. I mean, the only reason I like Corgis because they look cute. Because the one dog that I liked, I think, which is a Corgi, is off of like Cowboy Bebop. The name was like Ein. So I was like, yo, that dog is cute. I like that dog. I like the way that the dog was looking. But it's like the dog is short. It's like it can't protect. And that's my whole thing. It's like I want a dog that it's like, yo, if somebody try to come through, like, yo, they're probably gonna take your arm off. Like you're not coming the same way you came into this home, you ain't leaving the same. Like both me and this dog is gonna be fighting you. Like it's gonna be on. Like something's gonna it ain't gonna end up good for you. Ain't gonna end up good. You know. King Shepherds look identical to Germans, but with 100 pounds more. Okay, I got you. Okay, okay. So I'm about to go figure out what I do, what I'm about to do. Probably, see the sites online, maybe see some stories and different things of that nature. Or I might just so happen to go to sleep because it is, what time is it right now? It is 6:38 right now, and we've been doing this for yet again another 5 hours and 30 minutes. Pink said, if I get both, the Doberman will protect me and my cord. Okay, okay, I see that. Yeah. And that'll also be dope too because the dog has like a companion, so it's not, ever, alone or bored, got somebody to talk to. Tippy said, I wish I could have a pet lion, but that's my fantasy life. I mean, if you happen to go to like Africa and get some land, you could. You can raise like a little cub and sit up there and do that. I'm not sure how that in a sense goes. Lions are dope though. Like I said, I like different types of like, animals and different stuff of that nature. So for me, I would have a variety of things. They would almost be looking like a zoo, be looking like some crazy type stuff. But I'm not about to get like jacked up like Siegfried and Roy. It ain't happening like that. They ain't happening. But yo, Tiger ain't about to be jacking me up like that. Like you gonna be learning from like a young age. Yo, we ain't doing this. It's about to be like those Bushmen over there in Africa. I'm the captain now. Like yeah, we about to be doing that. He was like, Tim was like, they turn on you. That's why they're wild animals. Hey, like I said before, it can be a wild animal, but see, this is the difference. I put it to you like this. One of the other ones that I would actually like to have would be an elephant because I love and like elephants because they're big and they're also gentle. And elephants remember everything that you do, right? They do not forget. I feel like every elephant has like a photographic memory. So it's like it could be probably 60 years from now, and an elephant, if it's seen you once, it will remember who you are. And I'm like, that's dope, because the one main thing about a lot of human beings is that when they leave the planet, in a sense, they don't ever want to be forgotten. And it's like if, in a sense, you have an animal like that has a memory such as that, you don't, in a sense, really have to worry about being forgotten because that memory will always be, with them and different things of that nature. I don't know. That's just my thought process on that. You know, said an elephant will smash your house. Well, that's only if the elephant has like an issue with you. Like I said, look up the story for everybody, for all 32 people that's here. Before you go, look up the story about an elephant that basically went to a woman's funeral. Look at that story. It's the craziest story that I've literally ever heard of in my life. But it makes complete sense because elephants remember everything. So if you did something to an elephant, the elephant will remember and it'll find a way to basically track you down or whatever it is. Like yo, it's a pretty crazy story. Pretty crazy story. But anyways, what we're about to sit up here and do, about to end this live stream at 5 hours and 33 minutes. We did pretty good and great today, guys. It was pretty entertaining. Hopefully, it was also entertaining for you guys as well. Thank you guys for staying with me for the 5 hours. Tippy said, I wish I can talk to animals too and communicate and different things. And Tia, let me tell you something. I sat up there and saw the links show up, and for a brief second, my mind was like, "Oh, that's a spammer. Let me hit the button." I was about to sit up there like and hit the button. I was like, "Oh no, that's it. Oh no." So yeah, like yeah, that was funny. Um, Let me see what Gail was like. That's hilarious. The elephant must have been from the hood, turning funerals out. Yeah. Yep. Yep. To be talking about some no, I just got here. Woman, look here. Ain't nobody sit up there and tell you to well, I did like a random live stream. But ain't nobody say to be asleep at like 2:40 something at night or whatever time it was where you at. Ain't nobody tell you to sit up here and do that. like I said, I sit up there and like wake up. How long I've been up? Uh, I forgot how long I've been. I've been up for some hours. Wait, men in the chat needs to be more like the bloodline. LOL. Only Tiffy. Only Tiffy. Anyways, this one right here. Let me let y'all go. Enjoy y'all morning. Hopefully, the live stream was able to get you guys through a little bit of your work night and different things of that nature. Hope you guys have a very good, great, successful morning. Um, Stay positive. Keep your head up. Uh, I'm trying to actually like wire some more stuff directly into that. Um, Much appreciation and just overall just thank you for being here and wasting some time with a brother and just listening to you know uh his rambles and whatnot. So see you join the Patreon, yo. Much love and appreciation. Thank you. That's much love and appreciation. I actually been sitting up there like losing people over the years. Well, actually over the months, as a matter of fact. I'm like, it's a little bit difficult to figure out what type of content to put up there because I'm like, I put up normal content up there and that got flagged. So I'm like, I don't even know what to even put up here anymore. It's like, yeah, I'm like, yo, I'm getting, hit here on YouTube, getting, hit there on Patreon. It's like, yo, they're everywhere out here. But much love, appreciation, and respect to everybody in chat. Love you guys a lot, and I will see you guys either next time or in the next live, or in the comment section under the next video that could get put up. So I can't even get my words together. It's crazy. It's crazy. Peace out.